Continue, right? Yeah, episode 2. Should be okay, should be right. It should be the correct one. No frame traps, all good to go. Looks all good, looks very good. Alright, let's see what this is all about.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road.
Okay.
As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night.
What?
I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death. The condemned criminal's curse.
Dread demon.
The dread demon of coal gas.
Well, shit.
Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law. Alright, back as Ryunosuke. Having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here to London. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. I went into the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale which was now about to awaken from slumber. Next to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. What the? Whose stomach? What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. Must be nearly time for breakfast. I better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Ah, Runo, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I have a surprise this morning. Shh, not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the abstruse thing from my pre-breakfast stagnation. Repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. So that's it? The truth is as clear as to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. Oh, what are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have this very morning met with a surprise. Well, is that the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Hurley pulled your button off? Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the violin's notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to be happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, I like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. It's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is, somewhere thereabouts on the floor, I want to presume. Helpful? What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. But Charlie Runo said it was said when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Uh, well, that really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. Alright, then enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too, my latest special blend. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes as published in Rand's magazine. So Mr. Naruto, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Ah, well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie, you mean. Was it really? That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Oh, intriguing indeed. Just tell us all about it over breakfast? Oh yes, what fun! This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning by international post. Oh, how lovely. Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. And how is your judicial assistant faring, I asked. She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Oh, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful? I caught up of your good self, my dear fellow. I won cases too, you know. Apparently, my Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do. They helped that man twice. You know, in those two cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, the mustache, twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes, the mustache. Didn't have two mustaches, Hurley. Yes, who could forget those two cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess the details are a little hazy now. I can investigate further. It took place half a year ago. For what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. It suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh, on Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Mr. Sato's father questioned him about the case. She says something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram. Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said, very mysteriously as well. Really? I said that? Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? But why Mrs. Sato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan. And it was due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No, it just said he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. According to his letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she make the voyage back home. Why? Why would he do that? I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. She believes it's almost certainly been related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Or job frames, huh? Somebody bet her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Mrs. Sato's father's hiding. Hurley, do you know what it's all about? Well, who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. A stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite a leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris? I will hurry, don't worry. See you later. Ciao, ciao, ciao. This got off rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikotopa isn't the only person hiding something here. Suzuki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published by, of all people, Mr. Sholmes. Aha! I found them at last. Iris, are they... The notes about the case, that's right. Susie and I compiled them together. Yes, Mr. One, absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case, but perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light. It's the spirit. So, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together, looking for what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail, I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. Because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Oh, mean. 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick and nobody saw her attacker, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Soseki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court, and after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Was the man's reaction after that trial, but his jubilation was short-lived. Victim of the Briar Road stabbing her has regained consciousness. Her to battle at once. Susato-san and I summoned a handsome and headed immediately to the hospital. Wait, did this happen? No, this happened in the first game. I remember this. Then back to the hospital. Yeah, this is new. There you are at last. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I did not. Oh. You're late? What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is I have been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. The feeling was somewhat unjust that I alone had been aroused at such an hour and sent one to you. But thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. Oh. Should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with the knife in her back. Her name is... Ah, yes, here we are. Miss Green. Miss Green. Big-ass rat. A mouse, Mr. Arrow. An enormous mouse. Vermin in a hospital, that doesn't seem the best, but it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. But sure, we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking. Must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on her pavement, though. Speaking of friend or family member, probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. A change of clothes, no doubt, and... No, Mr. Haruo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. But the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. Good morning. Hello, I am Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Oh no, was it your knife that... Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. I'm Susato Mikotoba, pleased to meet you. Oh no, what was it your knife then? Are you the one... No, I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you regained consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes. Best wishes for me? Thank you. I'm olive green, I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is, I just really want to be an artist. The truth is, I don't have any talent, I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to be bent over backwards to put herself down. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking around the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green. It was so cold that day and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time. But the case has been solved, hasn't it? While I've been here in hospital, I mean. Indeed it has, my dear madam, spectacularly by none other than I, Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Holmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case. Oh, I see. Me coming around seems to have made everyone frantically busy. Holy shit, dropping frames, huh? So sorry, I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. Oh no, we are also relieved that you are on the mend with screen. Really, we are? I am dropping frames. With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be blue, not green. So you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? Oh no, I could possibly claim that I'm a fledgling artist at best. I'm a student of art really at the Thorndike Academy. Academy what? Of Fine Arts. Oh man, Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live here whereabouts? Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. I see. How very interesting. Oh no, is it? Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here, and Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton down Century. Does that mean, Mr. Shums? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of the town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means. Including the maleficent Mr. Moustache. Inferior means, I suppose Suzuki's son, it does fit the bill. It struck me as a somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all. What's this? She suddenly clammed up. Mr. Shums, you should be ashamed of yourself prying into a young maiden's private affairs. Oh dear me, do forgive me. If you don't mind, I'm being discharged thoroughly, so I need to pack up my things. Oh yes, of course we will keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. Okay. So an artist man I believe used when practicing sketching the human form from in different poses. Really, it's not exactly what you call typical figure for that purpose, is it? No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen someone quite so full-figured before. But if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Okay. Do not feed. Do not feed. What is this place, a zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park for the pigeons. Yes, that is a person. Oh, look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? My mind, Mr. Hart, I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart. Not in the least, I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. there Mr. Narrow Father here, Mr. Narrow Father? Narrow Fathers now. Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but... Mr. Narrow Father, good. This is for you. It's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutmeg. Mr. Natsume sent a message to me. Saucy Nut... Why would a policeman be leaving a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly what's going on. What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning? Oh, what are you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Shums? Something wrong, Mr. Shums, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls a case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Murder? Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we have yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodging, and once we did... That will entirely... what? That will be entirely convenient. Convenient, what do you mean? It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Wait, what? I had a 3 hours at once? What? Again? He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. Worse than we thought? Well, shit. Oh, what on earth? That's the green-haired guy. Oh my, the gentleman is deceased. Without question, he's dead. Welcome to Mr. Naru Esquire. It's not to me. Oh, why? What's happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. See you in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Not the horrible hairlock charms. Shoo, shove yourself the door. I never invited you. Shums came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? Gregson. Here they are already, the busy bodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson, what a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at the crime scene. Ha, I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of the fried food. Good morning, Inspector. It's a crime scene, don't you go touch anything. Or good morning to you too, Sunshine. Okay, examine. Let's see. What else do we got here? Oh, I said hats off, you're gonna... no, I just wanted to look at all. No, Chess, I know you'll mess it up just by looking at it. Someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Alright, it sounds like I better talk to the Inspector first and try to carry some favor. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shakespeare? Shakespeare, more like William Shakespeare, right? He was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor, a bit of dead loss as it happens, or just dead. Mr. Shakespeare was the landlord of the old Mr. Macarida at the other lodge of Mr. Natsume who found him. The fellow didn't rise at his usual hours, so Karideb got worried and kicked the door down. But does Mr. Karideb have a bad leg? Ah, yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? Soseki-san? It was pretty hard up, it seems, even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintance were the people in this house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. So what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fella looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabiter. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh dear, Miss Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. Certainly seems that way. He does just come across as an odd fellow, doesn't he? What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident and the payment outside. And then having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences. So the victim lived here on the ground floor and your room is just one story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So did you know the victim were your friends? What's the matter with Soseki-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he ever invite me to his room? Never. On my honor, I swear it. What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? When we found him, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Through that inspector over there. Mr. Shrubs, what are you doing? You need only observe to know it, my dear fellow, investigating naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Shrubs, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam. Patient, we have not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I managed to deduce is what actually happened. But is that everything we need to know, Mr. Shrubs? Not that you propose the idea. I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I have managed to draw two incontrovertible conclusions. First, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Uh-oh. Soseki. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Shum said significant is somehow? No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. Oh no, you are so sus. And my second conclusion is that there's a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! Alright, Miss Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Shum's deductions? No, please, pretend I'm not here. Okay, saucy sauce again. Impossible to ignore. Must tell us everything, Mr. Shum, spare no detail. But of course, let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. We have heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Shums in the past. Now that this will be no exception, what miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? Okay. Act 1. Cause of the death. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. From the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 the size of a bar of soap, meaningful indubitably. Why is this soap set so purposely upon the dish like the victim's last supper is in fact yes? Maybe that the man was about to eat it. Of course, the fork reveals the answer. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But Darling's foul soap is best matched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed, but the poison tainted the contents of the plate. Soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Not true. Was there soap in the ingestion? Alright. Suicide or murder? Cause of that entire fight, we proceed to Act 2 where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man die and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such mediocre evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Though forced open now at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the cell key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim was consumed the poison, he must have been alone, along with his inferior soap from wherein wafted an inferior scent. With that acrid aroma ringing in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to hereafter. Thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' Great Deduction. There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You're disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruto? Brave what concerns you. But no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary. In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. You have eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. And did it? As I read it inaccurate on the floor and spilled the contents on my stomach, yes, I believe it did. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to a great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I won't eat it even if you did. There's something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. Oh, I couldn't help noticing him shuddering, quivering out of the corner of my eye, almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deductions touch a nerve somehow. Nonsense! Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. Then just judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deduction may need some gender corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Alright, let's go! Alright, let's do this! Yeah. There we go. Well, you can deny a fork implies that the man was eating something or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than to attempt it with my chopsticks. Of course, only half of the bar of soap is left on the plate, but might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap. What the? Other piece? Look, there's some more soap on the floor here. Mr. Shakespeare must really have loved the stuff. Let's not jump to a conclusion, Mr. Naruto. Look close at this soap. You see that it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table. What the? How can that be? I think that there are two halves of the same bar that broke apart. Could be the man was about to eat it. Of course, the fork reveals the answer. No.
Take that!
Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the other piece of the soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap of the table, in short, the victim was not eating the soap at all. It's obvious really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat so. When I with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. Chronicles, okay, you already know that. Contents of the blade. Shum is still pushing the soap argument then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. But there are no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? Teacup?
Take that!
Yeah. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the best of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. It would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room, which leads us to an immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. Okay, that's one. Okay. The Western Vesta for infused chartrings, again, it's already featured heavily in a deduction so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamspeare was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Shum suggested. There's more to this deduction than it seems, and we must closely examine the scene of the crime again for some more clues. What the?
Take that!
Did the man dine and die alone? These other teacups suggest the answer. Yes, there are 2 teacups in this room all along. In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's last supper, there was a guest present. At the very least, we can say now with certainty somebody else was here in this room last night taking tea with the victim. What are you talking about? They're unjustly and unreasonable. To draw a conclusion on such a mere evidence would be foolish, however, certainly, in which case, what more can be deduced about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. You mean to say you know who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Okay. Probably not the broken lock. Not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap. But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. We can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruto. No, I suppose not time to look around again. Pile of books. At first, it seems that the only thing in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I will look at these 3 books initially. What they are, let's see the titles read. Oh no. Wait, I'm sure I heard those dialogues before. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. What? Oh no. And now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. What is it? Oh no. Part of a familiar book.
Take that!
Indeed, what reveals the answer of course is the pile of familiar books. Quite so, it's no more coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's the link to a truth. Mr. Natsume, you purchased 3 books 4 days ago at the second-hand bookshop. That's just a coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment. No, never. Non-negotiable. If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. Oh! In short, there's only one possible conclusion. Hara Visito! That Visito is you! Oh. Disgusting. Disgusting. Not again, not again, not again! Not again! Well then, Miss Natsume. It would appear you are gonna have to accompany me down to the yard again. But wait! Hold your horses, yes. Door, key, lock, entry, exit, entirely impossible. He's so flushed he's been even stranger than normal. What? Do you think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? You live in the same building after all, you have plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. But Mystery Me! Sorry sir, you'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speaks for themselves, Mr. Mustache. You horrible hairlock chumps. Really has found himself in an arch rival now, hasn't he? Come on now, you know dilly darling. Outside there's a carriage waiting. Welcome student, Mr. Naruto Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but you have to help me, please, please. I'm innocent. Alright, I understand, but we'll come to your cell later and talk about it. One more thing. Oh yes. My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me. So, his evil curse still apparently unbroken. Suzuki's son found himself once again the prime suspect in case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. And now, of course, what? Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Carridup, who discovered Mr. Shakespeare. Mr. John Carridup, yes. I expect we could find him in his sitting room on top of the floor as usual. Right, we must remember to go and talk to him later then. Oh, the poor man, so young to die. Do you suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was? I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life. Yes, I suppose you're right, I wonder. Do you think that putting our hands together in that Japanese prayer will help pretty sure? Sorry? The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed. The British Way. There's quite a spot on that book is in there. One of the teacups that Mr. Shakespeare and his guests drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's a bit of poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, so don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true. So, one was Mr. Shakespeare's, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. But Suzuki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these two so we can examine them in more detail later. Okay. Oh, this shit again. Oh boy. This must be the cup that Mr. Shakespeare was drinking from there. It's strained on the inside. The tea does that. I'm afraid. Even green tea. Oh, really? I never noticed before. You never noticed? I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark like I like to cup it down. I don't see anything else too. This is the teacup from which Mr. was drinking. This cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had the chance to leave a mark. Let's cup it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruto. Well, if you still... Okay, goes gold. There's no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Atsume's cup. But there's a tea ring on the... Okay. Got that extravagant bright costume. Somehow they look out of place in this room with its grim, shady coins on. This one looks like a knight king's attire. A king. I always dreamed of being a king. I think you'd be more suited to a feudal lord, a daimyo or such like. A Chung mage, top knot. Every not Japanese man wishes to hear a Chung mage. You're wonderful with one, and you already have the sword. Can you imagine what would happen if I walk around the streets of London with a Chung mage and a sword? What's this? It looks like part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off and the letter was open. It's significant. Well, it's a little out of place perhaps when you look around the room. There's no sign of leather. No sign of leather or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there. Oh, she's right. And yet here we have the torn up end of an envelope. Okay. Nothing much. Yeah, there's nothing much. Right-handed? Okay. Probably right-handed, you say. This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it? Where does arrange it though for the mildly Shakespeare performance? Actors aspiring to a great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruto, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? You can practice your art every single day. I'll think about it. And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind. This is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. I see, yes, now you have pointed out. See that there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. So you mean if you put a coin in here, that's right, that would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold. Yes, or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. Okay. As we have seen from the outside, the window is completely picked up. Vestige of former window attacks that Britons had to pay. Okay. Number of the bricks are loose. Whoa. Oh yes, looks as though an amateur has broken out a few of them just here. Seems the Shakespeare who did it. I wonder being the lodger renting this room. Oh, look at this, Mr. Naruto. Oh, the outside there's a little edge. There's something on it. What outside? The fuck? It's so cold outside you can't feel it through this gap. At least know our last night would be cold. But more importantly, what is it on the ledge over there? But are those no current lamps? It's more bars of soap. So, what are bars of soap doing lined up on the ledge outside the window? I have no idea. But the pair of them look rather charming like that. Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Flowers soap lined up outside the window. I think perhaps we should take one. There are two after all. Oh dear. I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at the soap. Do you see in the middle there? There's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of a transparent, but some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in great green. Looks like the Hinomaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. It's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? Then what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? Looks like you are having a good snoop around, eh? Okay, this part, okay. It's quite exquisite design, isn't it? Nothing much. Hello. Inspector Grexit, back so soon? After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to investigation division. In 5 minutes time, this place will be cornered off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low being back in the cell again so soon. I'm sure we should probably go and... What's wrong, Mr. Hodo? Kia! He's alive! What the? Out, brief candle, life's but a walking shadow. A poor player. That Strons and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Now, how sounded the next part? It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed, oh, a happy day. What? Walking Dead? Is he dead now? Or is he alive? What? Is he alive or is he dead? The fella isn't dead at all. What was that nonsense he was saying though? I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5, Shakespeare. It was that the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment, and Inspector Gregson abducted us from the scene of the crime, whatever that now was. Jesus. Whatever do you think will happen now? Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume, arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. Seems likely that Mr. Shakespeare did consume poison after sweet deduced, but was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. Suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? It's a guy. What's that man doing over there? It looks like it's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. There's a green again. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto? Excuse me, can we have a word? Ah, there's a green stuff again. Just run away. Just ran off. I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? I do too, but I remember. You see the... Hey. So now, huh? So now? Bicycle, but who's bicycle? Okay. Nothing much then. Ba. Okay, nothing. Okay. Gary Depp's room. Here we are again, the eccentric landlord eccentric of top floor abode. We are here because of Mr. Gary Depp, the one who discovered the incident this morning. Don't forget. Ah, you chaps, eh? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial, as much for Mr. Gary Depp as anyone. I really came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bad announcements this morning. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Gary Depp. Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in that ground floor room. Those were exactly Mr. Inspector Correction's words, weren't they? It must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened. Ah, well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. At 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked at the door. Oh shit, but no barely answer. And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door. Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the groundwork, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. It's very true, Mr. Ahura. If 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such a behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning. Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry and all that. Is it just me, or he's avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? Except that it was a sore situation that indeed that you found on the far side of the door. The victim's name is Mr. Shamspeare, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shamspeare took the ground floor from floor room 3 months ago now. And how would you describe him? In a word, destitute. Destitute. Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. You know, wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a bully screw loose. So hard to choose which category Soseki-san would fall out into. Mr. Ahura, that's a real rude. He was doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course, Shakespeare. Read a few plays of the old bard myself, you know, Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as an essay in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was thrown into Sao, though someone was too heavy-handed there. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, wasn't there? Of course, Mr. Atsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shakespeare would have much in common. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to a shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. Start out? Really? How rude. After Mr. Atsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe it, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, now, must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That fell actor's chef was out at the time. Mr. Gary Depp noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shakespeare got back, and the chef was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there. Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Mr. Sato? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Karidep, you were up here in your room all evening, if I understood correctly. Now you're a big fan of stairs, not with this big plastic leg. Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean. Ah ha ha, that's a very good point. I can imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's badly outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I? Then how did you know, Mr. Karidep? It's the gas, woman. The gas tells me everything. The gas? What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? The last thing you're probably aware the gas is supplied to a building by pipes. Yes, I'd more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside, and the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously the room would get brighter. Exactly, but at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment. What? They dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it really uses more gas than usual. That reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. I might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily behind it. Yes, of course, because everything connected to a single supply pipe. Is that supposed to happen though? It sounds very undesirable. Surely good point. Fact is, the gas company pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out. By watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You got it? Oh, and of course, because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amount of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house. Gosh, it's fascinating, Mr. Karidep. Absolutely fascinating. Oh well, nothing to do with really. And I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. I'd like to know. That's why Mr. Karidep is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's much more to it than idle curiosity. Well, we've done as much as investigating as here as we can. I think perhaps we should go to a prison and speak with Miss Natsume again. Prison it is. Prison it is. Look, Mr. Haruto. Miss Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now? Hello, comes to Mr. Naruto Esquire. Oh, yes? What is he? Tell me, is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Shams? He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost. But his diabolic deductions, they're not of this world. They have left me. Oh, cursed! I'm cursed, I tell you. Well, that sort of hurts. Great, very great. Still, Mr. Naruto, you were heavily involved in deduction too. Yes, moving on. We have some wonderful news. Oh? The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Now, in the absolute worst case, you could be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible! Oh. I'm stuck in the cell suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess your killer white and mustache. Constant questions. I'm sorry to hear that. Ah, oh, that's selfish Reichter. Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Well, it seems like the Mr. Shakespeare was never actually dead in the first place. Ah, yes, that might make sense, and I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. A lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh, oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shakespeare, didn't you? I'm not saying another word, and you're about to have a lawyer present. What do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Why am I cursed like this? What happened? Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell? But Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday. The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with the knife in her back. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my very way back to my lowly lodgings. That evening at past night, it must have been I visited Mr. Shakespeare. So you did go to the victim's room then? As we feared. I didn't do anything wrong. I never been to his room before. It was the first time. Then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. That ties with what Mr. Garrett said, that the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening at around 9 or just after, when I took him some nice tea I brewed as a gift. It was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then. And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet, who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate. I'm sure. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare. And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shakespeare's tea? No, never, not at all. Team Juliet won. That was me, and when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit, I swear it categorically. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself unnoticed, that you have a cursed existence. I'm sure I mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I've learned that it's not a place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me, they all laugh. It's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I become a recluse, but even in my room I find no respite from my fears. I have moved for more times than I can remember, and then 1 week ago I moved into Prior Road. But why, I mean? Why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap, I have so little money it spoke to me. The rent. Obviously there's a reason why it's cheap, because the room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh no! He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money, and horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning, brave, or blinkered. But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just the feeling of beady eyes pouring into my back, watching me. Do you think that might have just been your mind playing tricks on you? No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been a long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place. Nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who have died in that room, I leaned over in my sleep and tried to strangle me. That really sounded horrible. Horrible. Now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. This very same night that Mr. Shakespeare was breathing in agony from the poison in his body, I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. Yes, you're right, I know it, and that's why. I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home. I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Phew, Tsunoda-san knows how to make the man listen. Of course, Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well. You mean Mr. Caridep? Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. Well, that's true. I, for one, won't go near the place. Perhaps that may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? They seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms. What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas lamps? Oh dear, no, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please forget I said anything. Oh, well, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shamspeare is in fact dead at all. Excuse me? Inspector Gregson, I couldn't help overhearing what you just said, and on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh, which do you want first? Always, every time, the bad news comes first. And hope is all you have, hold on to it, that's my guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, the good news it is... Huh? Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Then why did you ask me my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, was just unconscious. He's come around now. Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we have managed to get a written death statement from him already. Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume? Oh, thank goodness it's all over then. I can leave this sombre cell. Sorry, no, that's not on the cards. What? Why ever not, Inspector? Mr. Shamspeare has implicated that someone has been responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh dear. You don't mean... I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. By sweet poison did he seek it to end my life. That wicked scathed thief, Soseki Natsume. No, so I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations. Well... well. And so once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky and knew I had no choice, the following day I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. To be continued! Trial Part 1. The Old Bailey, this place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon, that's my line. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Natsume. It's only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stop me screaming in the back. Now this, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court. I begin to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. So now I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh. Miss Natsume, good morning. Yes, good morning. So here we are again. Yes, again. Junior Assistant, Miss Mikotoba Esquires, what's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, did you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say. Oh, I'm sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Mr. Sato. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Baron Van Zeeks. What? Van Zeeks? The Reaper? Oh no. Oh no. The Reaper. Oh, Bailey. Perhaps Miss Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter after all. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zeeks is the prosecutor. Even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. We have experienced it firsthand. But we already solved that case, so we already know. This is the past. It's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Miss Natsume. Yes. I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You more than anyone else. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every last step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promise to be hard battle. Promise to be hard battle. I fear. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into a courtroom. Let's go. It's probably for the best. His weakness, if Lord 16 were to notice, he preyed on it mercilessly. At least that's my gut feeling. Alright. Never Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. And now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned opponent's friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord 16 has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. It was some time ago that now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Pale, I believe. These past few years he hasn't appeared in court at all. And now he's back in the courtroom though, for some reason. Even I'm defending. This Reaper with his curious disdain for us Japanese is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Tsuzuki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Absolutely, I have feeling this larrikin was an innocent before. Must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. That's a new woman. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. Couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight or the missiles will go through the roof. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light and let his flock to righteous verdict. British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public. That the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in all agreement about the defendant guilty. Or at least that's the idea. The prosecution would show attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Alright, bathroom break. Alright. Thank you, Sir, for his wrongdoing. Is that affair far from it? Here we go again. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. Oh, already. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. Bop, 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 bop. Witness use names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Thomas Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's the Homicide Division. Soseki Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume. Yes, my lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord. But close enough. Well, believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Gary Depp household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare, the defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door. This means I presume that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident. Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell the tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. Was the first officer on the scene, my lord? And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Okay, okay. I can see some leaking gas, maybe. And that there's no leather there. It's missing a leather. Yes, a chilling scene in the. Oh yeah, because we took the leather. The man looks very much deceased. It's right. Everyone present believed that exactly what he was. Very well. I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. Now, Mr. Natsume. Yes. As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings. There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned, and me? What about me? I have nearly been killed countless times. Killed, Mr. Natsume, how? When on that fateful night, it happened when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out and somebody tried to kill me. You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. It's so cold, my runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, what am I being accused of being? Why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witness. I believe I have reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord, one more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal and has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that had drank on the night in question. The tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim room by the accused. The accused, good grief. Hold on. Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought a bottled water especially to make it. This is the result. Never will I touch the tea again, never. The public pump was frozen, you say? It's not information we have heard before. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witness at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for formal testimony. I presume this prosecution has no objection. None whatsoever, my lord. Good, then you will give your account of the events on the night in question of the court now. Yes, my lord. Here we go. Let's hear it. Oh, give me a sec. So around the 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift, we had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, and after which I went back to my room at around 11. Oh, my tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me, otherwise could he? Take some time to have an effect on the body. People don't kill over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Oh yeah, now that we have... Oh no, we don't have. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Statsume claims his tea to have been harmless, presumably though. The teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? What did I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to. Did I hear you correctly? Inspector Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect cup's substance. How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? Maloney put his friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? Simply enough, there was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With the current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. You can see it in their face. I'm sure the recognition of the accused guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose and your compatriot will be down for all eternity. He's right. I can feel 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Okay. My grass examination time. Let's see now. What do we got? Okay. Let's see here. How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison is consumed, then the victim suffered violent convulsion, cramping, and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. There's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poison again. It's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Generally long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can deny that, and it further degrades Tosaki-san's alibi. After the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord, spells it out really this accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well, that could be okay. Ingest of small quantity of strychnine, toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion, high likelihood of substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. The poison incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on 21st February, assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. Great. Okay. Now we got them some kind of proof. I think I'm gonna do somewhere, right? At around 11. But didn't say 11 then.
Objection!
Mr. Tsume, you said it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes. An Inspector Gregson can we relevant information in the medical report unconditionally? Of course we can. There's no problem with that report, Sunshine. Actually, I think there's a very big problem because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony. A chrono, what? What are you on about? According to this report, victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. Yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Yes, that's right. It's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Bop-bop-bop. How do you respond, Lord 16? Well, nothing, huh? With nothing. I train up, guys. I was considering what cuisine would be best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice at this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponin's friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. Phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused lad left? For example, at this time stated in the medical report, yes, around 1:30. It's not to report the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. In Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
And in my country, there's an even more apt saying, there's nothing more refreshing than cold tea. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned, other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, Camsol? Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor. That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volitation. Objection! Mr. Shakespeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
But he could be lying. Something wrong, Lord Ratsix? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Brain, forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It was him. The key player in this case has just arrived. Out. Brief candle, lies but a walking shadow. Oh, God. A power player that strands reflects his hour upon the stage and then he is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury signifying nothing. Who, sir, are you? William Shakespeare, my lord, alias was I undone, but these bitter events, I am the victim. What's he doing here? Well, shit. Prosecution seeks to call his discernment to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness. Very well, counsel, I grant you request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Happy am I, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I'm still my own tale to tell, my own tale of worst of woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English. I will do Miss Natsume and let the court now hear from the victim. Hey, I think this guy's the kill. I'm right. That's Mr. Shakespeare. Who's that other man besides him? Yes, thing. I feel sure that we have caught a glimpse of that man before. That your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. A right of words so sweet they do send the breeze, an inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe William Shakespeare, were the great bard to be recalled to life anew. Lo, what a magnificent man. Good fellows, I am he who pondered such a miracle, William Shakespeare. Oh, the name is Meterman. Atron B. Meterman. I work for the Ultimate Gas Company East End Branch Office. I remember now, it was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yes, she's right, it's him. Gas Company, huh? Yes, spotted him outside the Mr. Carradep house that morning. He's a gas company employee. What does he have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? That sweet poison that did cross me and cross my innocent lips? I subpoenaed him for the trial with his doctor's permission, and naturally, hearing the testimony of all the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, as I'm sure. Behold, you have only rearranged the letters of my names to see that me is a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Because there is in a less contrived meaning in your name, no, not at all. The jury seems to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. Oh no. You're actually taking this set of my anagram idea seriously? Thank you, witness, for your many introductions. But my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shakespeare doing here? The gas man, I mean? Oh, what, me? Well, now. Allow me to enlighten. My learned friend, to recall, I promise you your pertinence. And you suggest that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question, and moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young chinchok is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman? Hang on, no. I'm just here. Here I call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it don't be paying me, but let the truth be spoken, the truth of that wintry night of my discontent. There's no lay about. My neighbor did come in the evening bearing a gift of tea, but Mary Peter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. It was the tea alone that passed my lips that late hour nothing else. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room, but that short little round back in Sternvella. He was all night outside. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shakespeare's room all night? Is that blocked? A gap? Why? Man, that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is a man? Werewolf would though not stare in wonderment. What are you talking about? This passing municipality had not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed, make no more ado about his tedious words. What did you say about me? Call him yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question, nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And as the testimony that we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. Not good. Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now cancelled. Let the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant Mr. Natsume. Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance double that I call him, the man from upstairs. Not what time did the mustachioed Nipponins visit you in your room? Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in current accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. We were brought into the literary debate as history had not seen before. By which I presume he means the discussion about who was the stronger Romeo or Juliet. I am spirit you played the part of young Romeo while my neighbor played the fair Juliet. She was dressed as would our characters be to bring weight upon our merry experiment. Not imagine the scene. Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of Jujutsu, but never did I dream it would be a skill practiced by the commonly maiden. Should we beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly would do by bidding.
Hold it!
That the 3-hour window time is something you are going to have to explain. Gladly, this is an easy task. What? I did drink of the tea not while my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. Fate was to own cold, but at 1 hour past midnight, I'm very my lips parched.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal. Nay, it is quite ordinary, sire. After all, though, would recall our fiery debate, amidst such an argument, there be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again, and who was stronger? Mr. Shakespeare, in summary, allow me to confirm, did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. That was the stupid lower forge that attempt to suffle me of this moral coil. You don't know what that means.
Hold it!
So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, dash, supper? Huh? Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony to eat twice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry? I would that my belly were full no more often the sun don't rise. Well, most heroic eating habits I must say. Night and day to fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence it is that there doth not in my chamber be in the costumes of mine art. It would appear to be the case, as even rodent was found starved to death in my room. Now that I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere. For I have devoured them all. Phew! Eating them? Every word be within my skull. This though, I matched otherwise. Right, that wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lip is in the tea.
Hold it!
But the windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right, they're all bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking through that gap. Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? For some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap in lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing as long as there's breath in my body. What's with all the theatrical todays? Out of interest, Mr. Middleman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be so sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. Since we now know the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poisons containing himself. It's clear that this was no attempted suicide, only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Ah yes, lucidly explained, Camso, thank you. It really was, you can't argue with the logic. You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella, so you can't be sure it was the defendant then.
Objection!
How many other short little round-backed Nipponians with a mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. When the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shakespeare drink tea together? Nah, sorry, I couldn't say. Why not? Because I couldn't see into their room at all that well, could I? But what I did see was the silhouette of that little round-backed fella wearing a pretty dress. Then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it. Suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet Championship battle getting underway. Mr. Meterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question. Gasman's honor. Hold it. My lord? Goodness me, yes, Mr. Foreman. I kept my mouth shut and listened to up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Oh no. Wait, no, the defense is in the middle of the cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that you followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, the 3 missing hours as you put it. But in the end, what difference do they make? None as far as I can see. And since it's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 Bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top. What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Very well, let the court be appraised for your decisions.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
GG!
Guilty.
Well played!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty. We are guilty. Guilty indeed. Very guilty. No can do. All of you. Well, it will appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. So this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This goes for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. Can I have Mr. Arno, please? The trial isn't over yet. What do you mean, Mr. Sato? Come on. Are we still in tutorial? I know this. Alright, give me that to me, right? Summation examination. Defense moves to invoke its right to summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learning opponent's friends' inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some arcade rules you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no other defense counsel in recent times has exercised their right to a summation examination, because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. Alright. Thank you, my lord. Believe me, Lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity. Do you? Alright, let's hear this. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man. And straight up, there's no reason to doubt the man. But I do declare that good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. To get the accused by comparison, he's a Japanese stoops all the while and has mustache, very fishy. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudman, for now at least. I really don't care, like, I just need this trial to end quickly. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know, nothing at all. Okay. Hey, I know it works. Come on, I know it works. No need. Yeah. Come on now. No more tutorial, please. Okay.
Hold it!
Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I have no doubt about it. Like that shaky guy of yours, for example. Absolutely not, Miss Natsumi is no liar. Look, the point is the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was the Japanese man's tea. You take the gasman testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Oh, well, that's alarmingly logical. Let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that old Shakespearean chump is a rotten liar after all, I gladly change my decision about the defendant. I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same, isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps, though I don't see it happening. What's that literally gen on the end here, you know? You have to speak up. Look, I really don't care about all this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury then? Okay, if I can prove the liar. Alright, sir. I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Okay, then there's something else was bothering me too. I think it was the new woman. For now, at least.
Hold it!
A fraudman? What do you mean by that, madam? Really, it's most darn problem for the company, most irritating. You can also be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without that hard evidence, you can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you have lost me there, little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Good gracious, Altamont Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Queenbee, gotta be used properly. Altamont Gas is the best in the world, of course. I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruto. Right, he bowed in deference to his employee's wife, did he? So would I be right in assuming the reason Mr. Mitterman was watching what Mr. Shamspeare was up to in his room? I'm afraid that there's no end to the length of the population of the East End will go to in order to steal our gas. So we really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudman. We'll dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night. We're very thorough in our investigation. Do you mean Mr. Shamspeare is? I wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can finish that sentence with a grumpy little gas thief. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of man had not heard, the ear of man had not seen. Fate would still wound me with my die words were I to let them penetrate the skin. But seraph here not insult, only chorus of angels in song. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop passing around you until they find it. When they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an ultimate gas explosion. So Mr. Shamspeare has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your sub-statement. My pleasure. Was it bit about ripping up that thief apart you enjoyed? Little before the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble. Alright, my idea. Repeat that and
Objection!
yes. Those two statements clear contradict each other. Number 1. Why are you yelling about that? Presume you have heard juror number 4's statement made by the wives of the owner of Altamont Gas. Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be noble, straight up man, in fact turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. It's true, we don't have much evidence. We don't have evidence as much such just yet, but the claims aren't baseless, you know. What? You heard me. Seeing as his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. What are you saying, my lady? Gasman's honor. Issue number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamspeare was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. As the man of honor, I hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will. Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that we have found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you have all been saying. This means you all recap few points that would suit me down to the ground. Oh, no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with. In that case, I should change my leaning. So, Mr. William Shakespeare, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of man you really are. 4 out of 2. I mean 6. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Victory. Order. The health is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense summations examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now the 2 jurors say guilty, which follows the 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in state of discord. Ba 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 ba. You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shakespeare. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So men me. Wonder. Wait, what happened to the... Wait a second, what? Oh, what is it, Mr. Ardo? This part of so when we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of around this. In this depression, just here I read this one. Yes, you're right, I remember it too, but now the depression is completely empty. Okay, updated, huh? Interesting. Anything else? No. Okay. Interesting. Scotsman speaketh that which concerned him most not, but gas not, but in air. It burned bright and well, but it had no substance and it does break foul. Oi, what did you say? Do I take it, Mr. Shakespeare, that you denied the allegations of gas thievery? Most heartily, my lord, hast thou forgot I am as a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, verily, honest of heart. You flabbery-mouthed, pompous beanball, just because I haven't got the evidence yet. Shakespeare, if in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case. Oh no. However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of time. The gas in this case are unrelated. Issue number 4? Yes? Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right. We do. Don't be homeworker. Absolute Lady Queenbee, Gasman's honor. Around that, we will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord, it will be my pleasure on the after. This worker's testimony may have significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Yahoo! Oh yes, meet us, honey. Yeah. Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request. Thank you, my lord. You wait till the boss gives you an earful, it's gonna sting you, mark my words. So you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel. Yes, is that clear, my good man? Clear as Altamont Gas, my lady, which is the clearest in the world. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Mr. Sato? I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm proud to be a company East End branch investigator and meter money collection. Ancient Altamont gas meters accept through penny pits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet the meter in the Mr. Shakespeare room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with though, and the collection agent has the only key. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? Pray forgive this discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice. What do you mean by that remark, 1-6? Did the mustachio dip on his poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or did he? That is all that should concern this court, and yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. Really, what separates the vast British Empire and your eastern island nation is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be a crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. Do what you will. 416 appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, he does. An attempted poison and an incident of gas death with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance, but I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. The first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Alright. I have a few ideas. Not too pressed, but let's see. Thing. Single coin in it. Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks. He's been pitching gas off us for ages. You have examined the meter in Mr. Shakespeare's room, I take it. Naturally, we took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. Found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why they demanded a new type of meter to be produced, one with an indestructible lock, the Shakespeare Special. That sounds like he would have cost an awful lot of 3 penny pieces. But even after all that, the rascal meter was still empty. I'll never forget the humiliation when I opened up the money box and found it bare. For you what? I said, you what? And the look in his face, that smarmy smile of his. Huh. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being shimmied open anywhere, not a single sign. What's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what. A life-threatening situation is in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter? Nothing became of it. I've still got it. Oh. Right here. Now why don't I call you meter man? I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing. Oh! Yeah. Well. There doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with the testimony, though I would say it's as much a value as the contents of that meter. Oof. Oof? I'll show you. Tamper with? Oh, it has been tampered with.
Objection.
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What? Get away! I've been over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it. In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box? Hole? What? You're right. You're quite right. There is a little hole there. The meter isn't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspear secretly opened up this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised, but why? Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a farthing through that. Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, what I specifically like to know is how it differentiates the coins. How does that meter tell the difference between different coins? Oh, that's why the soap. Remember there was a coin lookish? Well, for example, if someone were to put in 1 penny a coin, that wouldn't work presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, well, how does the meter know? And there's the picture too. That's why it has so much. Gotcha. So, how does the meter know that the coin it's been fed is a true penny bit? Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coin apart by their shape and size, which includes the thickness. A true penny bit is about 3/4 of 1 inch in diameter. You see, other coins you won't fit. I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. This will amend her formal testimony with that information. In that case, it's pertinent.
Objection.
Oh, shit! Wait, but... Oh, again? Do you think... Yeah, okay. Bruh.
Objection.
There we go. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a true penny a bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspear's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as a true penny pit. What was it? The item in question is this. What? Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap. It certainly looks nothing like a true penny pit, I must say. Looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. Bruh, come on now.
Got it.
You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Oh, are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a true penny pit. Get away! Does anyone here present have in their possession a true penny pit? Quickly now hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen. Sounds like a highway robbery, doesn't it? Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a true penny pit. Now, to see if it fits. My word, it could be more snug. Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the ultimate gas company is being defrauded. Well, I don't believe it. So, your assertions amounts to what? Some inferior part of soap has tentative connection to the depth of gas? Yes. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a thruppenny pit. I must have concurred at least that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkable simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You could make fake coins in no time. This brings all the pieces of puzzle together. It's the method that Mr. Shamspeare has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. Now, if I follow the chain of the thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody else considered yet. But this is all nonsense. The man had been making fake coins. My worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter. Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear. I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. Exactly. The medium here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical methods used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room. That is your searching chance that the defense will identify the remnants for the court at once. Well, easily.
Got it!
We found this part of shop at the scene of the crime just outside the victim's window. Outside. Yes, outside where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found the soap. The answer, of course, is eyes. It should say eyes. Shamspeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his windows each evening filled with water. After a night outside the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen slowly the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him a light and warming space. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coins box melts, turning back into water, draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. Just like that, so simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water? That's right, madam. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? Now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless? I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence. Sorry, I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Alderman. If you like the evidence, I'll provide it. What? Mr. Hodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? Yeah, I do.
Take that!
This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by the Inspector Gregson, and it clearly shows the remnants of the crimes carried out by the Mr. Shamspeare. What remnants? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in the Mr. Shamspeare's room. Now look closer at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. What is that? Some kind of crappy stain? Certainly it's the worst stain resulting from the liquid that's drained out the hole of made in the meter. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, you can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter coins box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. And there's further evidence too. Shamspeare slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. Right there next to him is a bar of soap broken in half. You are right. It would appear to me then, counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he? Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not. He didn't beat about the bush, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamspeare was found with a fork in his hand. A meal of soap is sounding. Do you mean to say he was using that fork to... Yes. To extract the frozen coin from the bar of soap. The bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well. Good gracious. And happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake. What is the meaning of this council? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Well... that Mr. William Shakespeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable. That's it. That's exactly it. Very well, let's assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well, we know that the suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to their room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shakespeare is the liar you claim him to be, the facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. You... What? Oh no. Well, of course, how does the defense respond, Mr. Naruhodo? What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like 116? Raise an objection. No, this isn't over. Defense will not rest. What? But counsel, you have successfully explained everything. You are unjustified and substantiate the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shakespeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? 116 just highlight their three facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponin's friend? At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption made due to a lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witness to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we have learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question about that we now need to consider, namely, what's the poison in the tea? We have all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There's no other possibility. Since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for the trace of the poison.
Objection!
As I said, the situation has changed, because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
Ludus claims Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? Okay. This one.
That!
Good gracious! The soap again? The same part that the victim used to fashion his coins of ice. Yes, that's right, Mr. Iron Lord. It just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. Soap. What are bars of soap doing? Yeah. There's actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coin we found in the soap at the time weren't normalized. There was something strange about them, you mean? Exactly, something very obviously strange. They were red. The eyes was red. No, you mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from a frozen tea! I will remind the court of statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial. Ah, yes, believed there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, at such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the east end are prone to freezing. So on the night in question, Mr. Shamspeare, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. My word. There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid in the bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspeare's window. Extraordinary. Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that even if one drop of the tea remains, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture, by finding out more for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contained strychnine at all. You smart Nipponese. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should dispatch the recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. The defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Bailiff! Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once! It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objections, Lord 1-6. None, my lord. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requested test immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. Oh, just like the OG game. Yes, my lord. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow. Thank you, counsels. The court is adjourned until tomorrow. Damn. To be continued. Or bathroom break. Save the game. Part 3. Back to investigation, huh? We'll be made back in one piece. Just to be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There's so many carriages on the streets of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Oh no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Marauders-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. Now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, Let's see if we can find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright? I suppose I still can't quite believe it if that's all. That I'm here in England working as a lawyer. I'm in the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. Was Kazuma somehow wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him? Yes, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruto-san. I have no doubt Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. It's quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in a car that looked the stand. I know not only that, but then finding out that he's actually a bare-faced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Susaki-san poisoning the tea. Careful with phrasing, Susato-san, he didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamspirit than we yet know, I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamspirit certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. It's become of him, actually. I was told that he'd be returned to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? Let me see. Ah, yes, he's at St. Bartolomeo's, or Bart's as the laundries call it. You know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Ah, yes, after Soseki-san stabbed her in the back. Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruto-san. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both... Oh, Soseki-san, apology. Hospital hall? Kazuma! One day. True attentions. Start. Oh. Karuma! Hey, was it hospital, right? What did you suspect is happening? Sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices. What the? You're not angry or angry, lady. Very though are mistaken. Mistaking my food. You were looking. You look at my painting. The eye of man had not heard. The ear of man had not seen. Thus foul indeed the poison that mustache really decayed me. Forgive me, lady. I wish that you died from that poison. God of mercy, Amber Lady. But though there, sees, I have weaker steel. Feel my sham spirit dance. Hey, this looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Ah, this is the lawyer from the land that never went to reset the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Shamspear? Mary, I do believe I am returned to onto another world. Was looking, that's what he was doing. Look at my terrible work. Is the fellow so dark? You glad? Wait, they work in the court this morning. It was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh well, thank you. But that doesn't mean things will go up so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? I'm not exempt. Well, shit. So sorry, I'm such an awful person. Ah, Miss Green, is everything alright? Oh yes, I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must go get ready to leave now. Oh, I see. Would you like to that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green? Oh, dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. So you're feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am, thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? I mean, people like me. Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business, and then completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again this day, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very unlucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly. Really? Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Oh yes, of course. Ba ba da ba da ba 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 da. Let's go here, why not? Oh, Runo, Susie, hooray, you're back. Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I'm just made a pot of tea. I said, what's that smell? Foul smell. We've been in court. Oh, for the Mr. Mustache's case. That was today, wasn't it? Foul smell, huh? Well, we can laugh about it now. Just tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We have managed to escape without a guilty verdict at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. Naturally, the star person in the world who doesn't know my name is Naruto. Shams? Whatever is that other? Yes, what is it? It's faint but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That's in the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh dear. Alright, I'll buy. What's he up to now? Okay. Lord Bar 16. Yes, the interesting sub-request he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction at a person's doom. Yeah, I know about that. Vanish, but it's not true. With Mr. Tsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Miss Sato and myself, I felt even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord 16 seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed, it is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Shams? It was about 10 years ago that Baron 16 chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. No, what the? Tell us more, Mr. Shams. What happened? I believe I made it clear before. I'm not able to tell you anything about that affair. Oh, but... Okay. The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustaches who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Well, shit. Well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is, of course, my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Oh my. These are some sculptors' sorts of manning the stalls along some of the London's less frequent street. They regularly sell that what purpose to be high quality, but in fact is merely dyed leaves of coral. But that's uncertain and unsavory behavior, so when one is... Okay, you see what happens? It turns into black. Turning completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes and the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with that black liquid now? Why dispose of that actually? Sure you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There seems to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Shams. Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is we are entering a new era of science. In the world of criminal investigation also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. First, forensics. I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Sherlock Holmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea again was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science. I suppose I should find out more about that. Ba 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 ba. Oh shit, I slept so badly last night, I don't know why. Fingerprints. Skin prints. Nice. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. It's the spirit room now. See you later. Yes, later. No, Mr. Shum, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we witnessed your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines, but you go on ahead. I should be sure to follow you later in all likelihood. Probably, maybe, well, I might. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? And well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has the right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you are aware. Yeah, I know the score. Oh yes, one other thing. It's up on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it with the tea in it? Yeah, we found it alright. And there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it's with the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today. It's one for news, thank you. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing, forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. What the? Is the Shalom Spider up to over there? What a question indeed. Was not your good self who asked me to attend the scene. Oi! What are you doing here, Shalms? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always on the screen, it seems. It's now the time, Mr. Shalms. Are you about to show us your forensics talent in action as you promised? With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. What's all this? Alright, now we get to see. All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Herlock Sholmes' Ascensional Skin Print Seeker Gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shakespeare's cup. Oh, each individual lives in microscopic integrations on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this a refined indicator solution. By literally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touches is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. Okay, there now. Now spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Spray, how do I do that? Okay, press X. Oh, what is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator in this. The pressurized gas is the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally while I was developing the idea. Alright, as you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. We may have learned something.
Hello, motherfucker.
Jesus! Hello, spirit! What's up? That kind of surprised me. It was kind of loud. That was kind of loud in my way. Oh, well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. How are you? Let's explore. Alright, let's spray some shit. Okay. Oh. More. No. Spray. Oh. Oh. What about that? No. Okay, what else? The windows. Oh, yeah. Clothes. Uh-huh. Oh. Look, there's a dozen of handprints here. So they are a great many indeed, so much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print in fact. Brr, sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture. Unlikely, I would say. It's another dull scene after all. Without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such a close quarters, I feel. Saucy sauce! Oh, very true, Miss Susato. It's a bit of mystery then. What else? Let's see. Other than that, I think that's all right. Or not. Oh, look at all this here. Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of victims' handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Ouch, perhaps he had a bad fall here. There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over though it's there. I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a good detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, this is quite puzzle. A handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Okay, that's it. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we? I like how Sholmes is the one who's, inventing these forensic stuff. You know, the footprints, everything else, handprints. We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprint on the floor right there, and on the wall by the picture you mean. Well, let's check it out. Yes, and I think the floor warrants close investigation. I won't be a moment. Okay. Oh! What is it, Mr. Sato? What do we have? Look here, Mr. Naruto. One of the floorboards has popped out. One of the... You mean... secret hiding place? Excellent work, Mr. Sato. So, what do we have in here? Oi! What are you lot doing? Inspector Gregson, stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate there. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips while we dig around under the floor here. You fancy talks putting me off my foot anyways, Sholmes. New bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Well, wow, what a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. It's not a hiding place you could make use of it in Japan. I don't think I could fit a straw at the tummy mat. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? Oh, I'll investigate at once. Well, there's nothing behind the picture, sadly, only the wall. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think of why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that. What the? Huh? There you are, a print for you. Okay. Very interesting. Okay, it's gonna be evidence for sure I'm gonna use in court. Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything on the floor there. I'm desperate to know. So am I. Inspector Grexy. I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath the floor, that floorboard there. Allow me to just ask Gregson now. After all, we are well acquainted. Inspector Gregson, really, it's been too long. Bad is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you have found there, seeing as we are such good friends. We are not friends. No friends. No, I suppose not. A small failure? Yes, I heard. I'd kill to know what was under that floorboard. Well? You did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind. As vigorous the better. Oh, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There were 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper, a clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? Clipping, photograph... What is a tin box? I don't know. Oh, that is a tin box. Now, this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Yeah, funny enough, I already had a look. It's completely empty? Empty? What? Sam Spear? Give us a clue, man. You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruto. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, it's in there. It's empty, right like how I feel inside. Something more to this box, then I wonder. So this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. Hey! That's the picture of the Miss Green. The guy. Miss Green's guy. And the keeper, the Gary Depp, was it? Yes, would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. The gentleman on the left is Mr. Gary Depp, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Gary Depp's son, perhaps? It's the Miss Green pic. Oh, perhaps you can take that opinion if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows that the identity of the young fellow that is. Oh, is that true? But it's too bad if you do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out, pastimes are for one leisure, but this is for work. Oh, the more reason I'm not telling you. I smell failure. Yes, I heard. Okay. What if why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor? I mean, Mr. Shakespeare himself is in it. Or is he? Olive green. He's a 31. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Creative was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. So that this was cut out of paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester. How terrible. It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. Oh my goodness, he committed a capital offense? Man by the names of Selden. Nasty piece of work into burglaries and murder. They said the hoard he knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like, but he'd hidden it somewhere and no one knows where, and now he's dead. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, or some such was the headline. Does it not strike you though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we got and sell them back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up. Interesting. Meow. Committed murder and broken by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October, alerted by the shouts, meow, of his fellow cellmate. Medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Waka hi! What the? So cute, Waka hi! Oh look, it's that lovely little kitty cat. Mr. Natsume, isn't it? I don't think I ever asked him actually. What was its name? It's Wakahai. Why don't we call it Wakahai? You know, like it's like Mr. Natsume refers to him in Japanese. Wonder how he got in here. Clever cat. Oh, there's a secret way behind that. Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wakahai, here's something delicious I bought for you from the cat's meat man. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Waga. Heh, he couldn't be happier now, look. Just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner too. Do I examine the cat? Aww. That was a cheeky little meow, Wakahai. Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he might not appreciate that after a while, and we have an investigation to get back to. Oh, we have to investigate everything again. Looks like some new stuff again, huh? Okay. The sun never shines in the room. Thanks to that, the brushing bricked up window. Yet with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you? That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Miss Sato. Well, if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo. Indeed. So it turns out that Mr. Shakespeare wasn't eating the soap at all. That's right, the mystery of why he had it in a plate whilst holding a fork in his hand is solved. He has to price his latest ice cream out of its malt. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two. It certainly must be hard to imagine, let alone deduce. If you run out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful too then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato's-san and I are going to make it to spring. It's true, we don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stop. Look at how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there. Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted as you established in the court this morning. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shakespeare must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It's an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. Very ingenious, for sure. Oh, the ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night. During the heated literary debate, yes. Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? It sounds like it was quite a discussion. Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison. That's fiction, Miss Susato. Let's hope it stays that way. Bop, bop, bop. This is a gas wall lighter, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall. Gas lights, a gas stove. London really is a scene of gas. But now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Carrydepp had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. But I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. Cozier. Okay, that is... Huh? There's not much on the ship, okay. A crack? Yes, not much use, are they? What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. Prosecutor 416? Yeah, he's so reckless with his wine glass. I was thinking it's waste and that he should donate some to the needy. You can suggest it next time we meet. Indeed. He's wasting so much glasses. Is that it? Ah, whatever. Let's go to prison. Oh, Mr. Natsume is back. So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello. I am a cat. Sorry? I don't know who Miss Natsume is or her lockshops. I don't know about the courts or trials or Old Baileys. I'm a cat, that's what I am, just a cat. Mr. Naruto, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to, he already has, completely. So, what is your name then? As yet, I have no name. He wants to be a cat! Mr. I am not a cat. It worked. He is back in the real world. What's going on? What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that. It's obvious. My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate. Though he's going to escape me now. He's going to go back to Japan. I can see I can predict the future. Yes, the local student Mr. Naruto Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere. What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh yes, we must. And he's going to be in a trial too in Japan. Not as a suspect, but as a witnesses. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No. Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today being in that courtroom was the most moving experience of my life, local student Mr. Naruto Esquire. You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just as we deduced and are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a cap. Solemn sworn Soseki certainty. Tell me, did you all drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was hot bath for our bellies, and at the time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspear then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match, suppose the focus on tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. That right, Shamspear? What have I ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issues with you over anything you have done recently? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything at all? Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what, Mr. Natsume? About the soap, of course. What else? Soap? Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager this stipend? Of course I am. If I had money, I would have chosen to live an accursed existence in such a accursed lodgings. Oh yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly, especially the room that I rent. Spirit of the capital offender who lived there still haunts the place and it's trying to kill me. Capital offender. I ask Locums to Mr. Naruto Esquire that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps. Huh. Capital? Wait, capital? Didn't I have a article? Yeah. What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shampier's room. Ah, so he knew, didn't he? Sorry about this man, Selden. A convicted killer and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings? Well, what? He's already taken one young man's life and now one young man's life. Is it the... Oh, ho, ho, ho. He's trying to take the life of another a miserable mustache, much maligned Japanese man. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. That's everything you can about this evil spirit. Yeah, spirit. Evil spirit. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until the very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now. And at the time, he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Gary Depp's house. What, he lived? Where you do now? That's right, yes, exactly where I live. Live now, in my very room. Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense. But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse. What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume? It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison, a man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Locked from the inside. Exactly like the case we are dealing with now. So that's the convict curse, is it? Ho ho ho. Yes, well, that's what the start was. Well, that was the start of it. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was asphyxia. Asphyxia? What? When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. I only found that out after I signed the leash. And then Mr. Gary Depp came to tell me later. I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I had known beforehand, I probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal. Lucky for Mr. Gary Depp, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. Now you believe this curse is affecting you. It is. At first, I just felt as though I was being watched all the time. And then you talk about having nightmares, didn't you? Then the dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. So when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And their room is as cold as ice. But why is your room so cold? A lot of winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into a bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspear last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse though. Whatever can be the cause of all these large strange happenings in Mr. Garydep's room? Indeed. I don't know. I wonder if I can present the... Does he know about the soap though? Natsume, what do you know about this? Ah, there it is. That lathery lowlife that took my neighbor's life and sent me sliding to the depths of despair. Slippery, sickly, psychotic sap at all. What? You've really gone off soap, haven't you? Absolutely, and I have made up my mind. Friendship finished firmly forever. Well, I don't know that we can blame soap for everything that's happened, Miss Natsume. So I guess we're done? Where else? Look, I have no idea. Okay, looks like this is the one. Are you here now, Mr. Garydep? Right, volley business it is for me, you know, getting out and about. Are you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally, fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that, not I'll try to miss. The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such. Oh, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know? Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago, you were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened. Stopped off at the prison on the way home. In fact, Beasley business. I see. So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, body? Today? Should I just present right away the picture he has? This one. Mr. Garydep, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there? No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan Ross. A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot, so just for kicks, really. Was he, by any chance, the lodger before Mr. Natsume? Yes, that's right. The young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. The fuck? What is he doing here? Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of the stairs before that Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Yes, Duncan Ross, young chap, was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into a middle floor room about a year ago after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning after about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old tricks for watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather thorough to discover what had happened. Smell of gas that alerted me it was. Ah, yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Synonymous? Called the police right away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, we all bodily collapsed. Because of the gas? Yes, room was full of it. No air at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking up because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. But even after you had all that work done, Miss Natsume says the same thing. That the stuff goes out at night while she's asleep in bed. Well, that's the poly curse. That's the convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and the failed actor chap of questionable character. There's no need for that, Mr. Garydep. That's right, Miss Natsume is in no way fishy. He's undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on, so much as the cheap rent actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamspear had been lodging under your roof? That failed actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Only 3 months. He's quite new here too then. And to what do you owe your sanity in that regard, Mr. Carrydep, if I might ask? Well, it was that Selden scoundrel as it happens. Selden? The convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shamspear have some kind of connection then? Well. The comic chap, Selden, passed away in the clinic. 3 months ago now, you see, some malady or other. Yes, we have seen the report from the newspaper at this time. It was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face, the actor fellow. Really? Yes, I remember it quite distinctly. This world they inhabit, breed 3 landlord, hear me request. I, the humble Shamspear, do decide to take thy room on the middle floor offered here while for rent. I'm terribly sorry for and whatnot, but that won't be possible. I already have a lodger on the middle floor, ground floor rooms vacant though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat, mine will be on too deep. Those girls must be muffling. You ears, the room on the middle floor is taken. It's ground floor or nothing. Very well, we have a court. Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Hot Road. Lo, a Shamspear dance to celebrate. Saucy sauce. He wants the middle floor. From what I heard in the court today, it sounds like the chap was stealing gas. And he was 3 months in arrear with the rent too. Yes, the fellow was poly player, alright. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Carrydep. We are most grateful. By the way, by way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my rope, put on my ground. I have immortal longings in me. What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then. Some fishy fellows from the Far East and failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for brown fellows of late. Thanks to that Bally curse. The convict's curse, you mean? Ah, you heard the stories, have you? Ryan Scoundrel was arrested here, and then the next chap in the room goes and kills over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention this actor yesterday. My next, eh? Well, can't help but getting the collie wobbles, can you? When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspear, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still. Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bed, a toilet, a fireplace, and a fascinating history. Why, it sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not sure about that. Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here. Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things in case there are any mishaps or such like. I think you have your mishaps already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me, the word just came to my lips. Ah, that reminds me actually. Yes, about young Duncan. The night before the poor chap perished, he'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. Love letter, you mean? Yes, where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. I left it on my desk. If you'll excuse me. Let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Miss Susato, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, if you'll excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no. Sadly, he didn't address it though. So I have no means of delivering the thing, but rather sad, really. I see, that's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of the Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone. Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient address is missing, however. There's a name attributed to a man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Shubs, please, I already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my colorful darling. Olive green? Olive green? The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside the house? This house 5 days ago? The victim of the last case, Oseki's son, was in court for who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? No, it's not. Mr. Naruto, whatever can this mean? Reading people's personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Miss Susato. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Mr. Arach just finished speaking with the doctor. Seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves. What is it? Oh! Miss Green! What's that? She's gonna just hit something behind her back. One moment, I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello everyone, what are you all doing here? The doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Scream, what were you just doing? Nothing really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed me for me, that's all. Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's alright. I don't really have anything else to tell you. Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can coax something out of her. First things first, what is this bitch? This is a bit bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived. Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she? Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine. Suppose that could be it. In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me a medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once. Oh no, well if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it? No? Oh, and I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment. Down in one. Okay. Okay, we should be peeking. Okay, sorry about that. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh yes, I mean thank you. I mean, once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat. She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. Should I? Screen, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Duncan Ross, you knew him, didn't you? What the? That's not medicine for sure. Oh no, I'm sorry, the pile of medicine fell down when she did. A pink medicine? Oh, Miss Green, are you alright? That's not a medicine. I can assure you that pink is not medicine. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross has been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very passionate letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan a year ago now. Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married actually. That's why I decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding. That's what led him to Mr. Gary Debs. Yes, he told me he found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. You're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green, she looks desperately sad. I was starting to think that that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but... Would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruto! What the fuck? That's our... I told you, man. That rat there? It's dead, right? That was a poison. That was no medicine. Surely you were not about to leave that squad out of the question. What? Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow, watching intently from the shadows around us always. We'll make your presence known next time. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about? Something which occurs to me with some irregularity, Mr. Sato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an exposed facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened? Instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? There's a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. Alright. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look and you cannot fail to see. True. I can already see it, bro. That mouse seems to be dead. Look, you didn't notice there before, did you? I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. You don't think... I see you have come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. Monkas, suicide. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilled out on the floor. And the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. Oh, I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Well. Don't worry. I will attend to the mouse presently. Miss Green, are you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Once we left, you would have put it into your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison. No! Miss Green, please talk to us. Suicide! Squat! 10 seconds later and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snapped this out when he wasn't looking. Damn. It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know. I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green. Don't talk about such a thing. Well, it seems clear enough that it contains poison. Yet, yes, the poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no, oh, it's all my fault. What have I done? You killed the mouse! I should remove this to my office. Not Ratatouille, the rat from Ratatouille? Remix, what's it called? Remix? Remix? No, none! Now what? Wait, what? Oh. I don't even have it, huh? I already talked to her? What now? Okay, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand with that could be this ratatouille. What the hell is that? Bootleg movie? You seen it? Ratatouille. The sender's name or the actress appeared to be written on the envelope or the... Oh, the Korean! Of course not! Hey, you never know, you never know. It arrived by the post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to this lock instead on a private road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. I knew it. This guy is the killer for sure. I think. I think. Wait a minute. 17th of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. At 5 p.m. It's precisely the time when the incident occurred. The slug salad, yes, and pop of the northern corner. Because that green leather, we have the part of it. Which was found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Briar Road, being the street that Mr. Caridep's house is on. Does this mean that... Yes, I'm sure you have guessed that day when I was struck in the back by the knife was actually on my way to a slug and salad. Goodness. Who names, you know, a pub a slug and salad? Slug and salad. That's what you were doing on the Briar Road that day. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I actually really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I have told you everything. Yes, I'm very sorry to have had to track up such a painful memories for you. No, it's fine. Miss Green. Please, promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. Besides, I have been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but well, that's how all of this has made me feel. Never take your own life. Please. We made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Every life is important. But it will appear we have reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. And Mr. Naruto, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in the court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspeare, Mr. Caridep's lodgings, the convicts, Selden. There are many facets on this case, and they're yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. It's my feeling anyway. I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis. To Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean? Yes, will they have found strychnine? Is it in it or not? Well, I fear that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, the Baroque onesies. But I wish you every success, of course, and though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial. Cap. Sholmes, you're going to come? Indeed, whatever happens, I shall be there, assuming my eyelids are cooperate in the morning. But I think we have done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. Back to trial, is it? London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the brasso dazzle down back alleys and behind bricked up windows the lonely lurk. Suzuki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here. So I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Shum said, tomorrow would be a new dawn for all of us. Bam bam bam! Ba bam bam bam! Bam 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 bam! Bam bam bam! Bam bam bam! Bam bam bam! Trial part 2, huh? We went to... Okay. So close. This is it then, Mr. Naruto. Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plagued Mr. Natsume to everything. And in my own ways, in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Mr. Susato. Suffering Soseki selflessly sidelined. Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Mr. Naruto Esquire. Listen to you two chatting away happily as if the main player of the today's rise is in here. Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seems wrong to disturb you. I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Well, naturally, that's because I have attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature you see is a journey to discover one's own death, or such like. It's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for, that's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow, you have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk of your path leading to you to death, Mr. Natsume. That's just an example. Oh yes, there it is, inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you abandoned me and returned to our beautiful long-lost homeland. We have not even been in Great Britain a week yet. But yes, but anyway, I intend to set everything straight in court today, and I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh, what sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright. A good team. Mr. Shom isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think, my dear fellows. You must win this battle on your own merit. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's always left again. This great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal representative, the trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. It's time. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend anymore than I believe in Suzuki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end. That's all. That's all we can do. All any of us can do. Alright, bathroom break. Alright, the sixth jury again. Same people, as always. I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless. There are days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, but I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me. And please be as ruthless as you like. These deserve to die if you ask me, especially Castiel. I have no sympathy for the man at all. Look, I said yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have the time for this. I got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord 1-6, what can you tell us? The prosecution is report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's IT, so he does have the result. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to a black guard in the dock. Ray, allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to a good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's windows in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. We had the prints at the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right, it was a tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. No poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. What a revelation. As I suspected, this makes it quite clear. Defendant Mr. Soseki Natsume is innocent, or my learned friend is jumping to a conclusion again. A typical Nipponin's reaction. What? Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from their soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? To take a drop from the flames and conclude that the water in the ocean is salty. Hydrate. Ching! Exactly, unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Well. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Shamspeare, yes, it sounds like we are going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. May leave the show, Mr. Shamspeare, to the stand. This guy. Mr. William Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh, heaven, no hell. Do you recommend me to remember? For shoot, towards I, Shamspeare, did I have a belly full of the flower fluid given in my innocence? But yes, as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using parts of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. I mean, nowadays, stealing gas... Nope, everybody should steal gas. One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, there was I, Shamspeare, did have a room full of the sweet food given. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten, kept all that above the ice cones as still secret danger. You should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say, arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting in my tail. Oh, indeed, by tin of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Though one shall not pardon my sin of that, I am sure. You acknowledge your knowledge from this, what exactly are you doing here? So this is the second trial date. Do you have any ideas who poisoned this jerk? Poisoned this jerk? Any idea? I have an idea. Because there's no way it's Soseki. I know for a fact Soseki is not it because he's in Japan. This is in the past. We know he's clear. And we know for a fact that William would not poison himself, right? There's no way he would poison himself. So, the question is, My guess, it's based on these things, the capital offender, the article, the hidden photograph. And my guess is that it's this one. I don't want to say it, but I might think she's the killer. For revenge, I think this guy killed her boyfriend, and she wants the revenge on him. Is my guess? I don't know. Just a theory. I don't know if the fact yet, but it's got a saucy sauce. I think there's no killer since Shams isn't dead. Yeah. Gas poisoning. I think the gas poisoning had something to do with this guy for sure. I could be wrong. It could be, you know. But I guess we'll find out. That's just my theory. My Sassy is the girl, even though she just tried to kill herself too, but I don't know. Would it still a greater crime passed unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of Father East and Verona did contrive to poison me.
Objection!
But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. And she had that letter too. She had that letter with the green leather, which we have a part of it, which we couldn't manage to read. But I'm dropping frames. Now I'm back. Which mean, if she had the green leather, right? She might have been in the room too. But we'll see. We'll see. The relative witness testified to explain this inconsistency. Okay, the cross-examination, not the testimony. The testimony. Alright. Japanese man did come to my chamber with a tea brewed in a pot. Tossing my cup along that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Was feigning distraction in our debate, never did that drop of his own drink past his lips. Cap? I think no. This was his, and this was Soseki's. Which means he did drink, and the stain was because he didn't drink and he left the teas for staying so long. He's lying here. When it slipped by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus, this is no surprise that poison being not found in tea. I did pour into the molds of soap. The poison was slipped into a cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered in my experience. Quite. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because quite simply, the Nippon ninja took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. I knew that. By now it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. Sirs, madams, it is true that I sometimes be a common thief of gas. But listen here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a nice ass. Therefore would I lie. Verily I have no cause, I have no ought to lose. Well, I do declare. Thank you for your testimony and witness. Counsel proceed with your cross-examination. Alright, I have an idea of where to put. Could be wrong, but I think it's this one, right? Save the game just in case if I fucked it up.
Objection!
There we go. Yeah, I was right. You claim that Mr. Natsumi didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question, but that's impossible. How chop logic? What is this, you dark glad fiend? The true tea comes from the scene on one accused by the victim, on the other by the defendant. Have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. You just hear there's a clear visible ring. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah, a tea ring commonplace enough. Indeed, such a stain occurs all too rarely when one leaves the tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Miss Natsume's cup has no such ring. Catch up! Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean. And pretty, sir. What mixed of it? Mixed of it? Exactly what Miss Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he caught it. Drink the tea while it's hot. That's right. Yes. The cheatery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well after several hours the tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court. Get there. To the no what?
Objection!
Objection, huh? As a rule, I fill my hollow chalice up to 7 times during any one shot. 7 times? You might want to keep that information to yourself. A building or group of buildings in which nuns live as a religious community. Oh, a convent. Nunnery. Yet on occasion, the idiom distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. The drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of a human memory. To William Shakespeare. Yes, my liege? Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup. Could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? What the? A fact had vanished from your memory until now? Oh, come on. Fate, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, it is as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use the tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, it was empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did just suggest.
Objection!
And you have just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us 2 things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that the spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court. Evidence is everything in court! That's right! The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. No. Oh no, what does it mean then? I do declare it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony. Uh-oh, serious time? Apart from the bit about thieving gas, obviously. My lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear. After I did dine at Crab's Clubbery Alley House that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese whose back stoop as low as death. And now what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favorites, a broth of as would be called soup and a leaf as would be called salad. Oh, salad, the bar! The green, what is shape? She was supposed to meet at something, I forgot. But the salad pop, I don't know, remember anymore. Olive green! And the Salber's menu as the establishment where it was served. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Villain is what I suffer, what punishment is this sin fit to serve a wicked thief of gas but I pray ye wise the noble fellows never forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Uh-oh, not guilty. It's gonna be, guilty. Guilty, guilty. Cheers all your humble servants, some Shakespeare. Don't entreat you punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord! If I may speak, my lord. Uh-oh. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer. By me? I do declare you may be right. We all know that the wave there was making cones of ice to keep himself warm. But this lawyer lad says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poisoned egg. He's been leading us up the garden path. That's what he's been doing. I should really never said anything like that. But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We have reached a decision this time and we won't be swayed from it. Oh shit.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Won't be swayed? Sure. Sure. I'll show you. How is this happening? My lord, the defense has its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well, the court upholds the defense's right. Typical, my learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. The trial will therefore enter second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you. State the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Alright. I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. I do agree that a gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the men would want to avoid playing. The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal gases. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? There is. Poison gas? There's a poison gas, you know, you can... I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced the decision somewhat. But never mind. No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unsayable as we hoped. And Mr. Shakespeare was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shakespeare was actually poisoned. The method, huh? Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly. But that's really almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty. Okay. No delays. Alright. I think you should be on my side though. You should hate that guy though, right?
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here in case you hadn't noticed against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really bossing now. All I've heard about our wonderful quarrel. All-out attack, looking cool, Joker. All I heard about are wonderful feelings, explosions, and poisonings. What about electricity, him? What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. And the explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the depth of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly, but the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Whoa, who, madam? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting. We generate our gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that. Steal? They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes, but these devious three corporates secretly disconnect our pipes and they divert our gas into their own rotten pipes? What? Then they make a contract with the households supplied by those pipes, take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally? What a brazen from of that. They visit the customer's house to collect the money from their meters. We always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks.
Excuse me.
Well. Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh, golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying correct? Well, yes. I just got a little riled up about it recently, you see. Go on. An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in, and do you know what he did? I'm afraid I have no idea, please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it? What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away a company secrets there. Oh, please, everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death for me, I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yeah, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously, there's a gas in the pipes. Huh? And it's at a very low pressure. By blowing out air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Flicker. I see. In other words, if upon blowing into a pipe the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious clownskers have been meddling with the pipes. Wait! Wasn't there there was a light at the painting, remember? I got you, mofo. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have a teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know what the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right, the lights didn't just flicker, they went out along with the stuff. Gas started pouring into the house? Monkeys? What a disaster. The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow, "Are you trying to kill us all?" I said. And so by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stuff connected to the same network of pipes. Then when the gas starts flowing again, it just suddenly seeps into the room. Is that how... Oh, that's how this guy died. For sure. Mr. Howard, I think perhaps, yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Number 3, defense request that you amend your statement to include the information. Well, I know that's our company's. Like I said, madam, it's valid known already. Okay, add it. Alright, let's see now. We have it that. I think that's a clue. I think I'm gonna have to pit that against something. Blow too hard into a gas pipe and then you extinguish everything in the house and then you're in the real trouble. I should pit that on somebody, I'm pretty sure. It's not for that. Yeah, there is.
Objection.
There we go. Those two statements. Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said? What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's he did in a manner of speaking past the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? To see if there were any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but with the mouth of the gas pipe, it's gonna have enough to do without exploring irrelevance. What a piece of work is a man. What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspear? What speaks thou, pretty? Is it not strange and strange? That is what I have to say to thee. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good lord. Good. Are they tasty than gas pipes? Is that what they're saying? Or is the gentleman suggested that the poor man was so desperately hungry so he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him. For shame, madame, speaking the fancy. I assure you, I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
This is no summary examination, this is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned opponent's friends a conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips on to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be contortionist. These are empty assertions. There's no possible proof that the man did as you say. It's true, I have no proof that Mr. Shamspear put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspear has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. I have evidence to prove it. Alright, you got our attention, lad. I'd like to hear how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Now that I got the jury's ear, I need to make this up to account. What the? These are... Wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Skin prints, Counsel. I never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensics techniques developed by the great detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes. He reveals all of the places that Mr. Shamspear touched in his room. I never seen anything like it. I mean, it's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure. I agree, this Bond's edition of Engineering Thumb was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect, on the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspear also appeared to have been touched in some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here, around the hanging picture there, indeed multiple handprints appeared to be visible. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are and you would find yourself directly in front of. Oh! I don't believe it. The gas lamp. Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspear has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Right, what have you been up to, you nut? I asked the court to recall your juror number 4's earlier statement. Me, what did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. Now, if you recall your juror number 3's statement. What, me now? When the gas worker who visited his house blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights on the gas stove to go out and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, Mr. Shamspear were to have blown hard into a gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stuff in the building at will. Crikey! Are you suggesting that the man purposely caused the gas to...
Objection!
Gas to? Uh-oh, now he's gonna throw that shit again. Whilst acknowledged that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, I must toast my learned friends utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord 16? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints, clearly that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hand. Certainly, evidence research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as a form of evidence. But, please, my lord, if I may, Mr. Sato, it was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as form of evidence. We merely wished to present the results of the great detective's investigation of this scene. It's a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. Ah, Susato! You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Sure, number 3. Oh, yes, I do declare that the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating, and I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. That's 2? I need 2 more, though. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Yeah, I did say I didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait! You hurt his lordship. Too late. One more, please. Oh, well, Mr. Harada, if just one more juror changes or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue. Thank you, Mr. Sato, but I could have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. Why, Mr. Shamspeare, you seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Harada. You can do it! Continue. Logic, huh?
Hold it!
All the events you say? That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache. It's the Englishman with the bigger mustache. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events on the night in question. What do you make of that? What, your so-called skin prints? It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamspeare had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Well, yes, I won't deny that's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. Besides, yes, even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Oh? If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance. You do make a very valid point, sir. What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little too hasty. No, wait. Look, you got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. You and your Japanese cohorts can't, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Harada, if you can substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shamspeare really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? I have a supporting testimony. No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there's a witness testimony that substantiated. What's that? Testimony. This is incredible. What's whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. Only one is him, right?
Take that!
Yeah. Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Sasuke Natsume himself. Defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Ms. Natsume said the following. Stopping out. On the night in question, the gas in the defendant rooms went out, so I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Good golly. So that Sam Spear fell off blue air into a gas pipe to make the man's stuff go out on purpose? Now hold your horses there. What would he do that for? Mr. Foreman, what is that, man? You cannot allow judgment to be passed while this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have any conclusive evidence yet, however. You must surely agree. There's more to this case than meets the eye. Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic first and foremost. Nice. That's for jurors pleading towards not guilty, my lord. We have overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded that the majority of jurors altered their decisions. 2 jury members now called guilty, 4 now called not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Mr. William Shakespeare, my lord, how can I humble Shakespeare serve thee? What say you in response to these various revelations made during the summation examination? So God mend me, I do solemnly swear, I recall all of either the lamp or the pipe. But your handprints have made a tiny mess all over the wall there. How did you explain that, eh? I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been solid enough already, juror number 5. Oh, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection!
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shakespeare's room to be examined. If there are 2 rations of poison there...
Objection!
What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remains of the tea were required. Yes? Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now and making any analysis impossible. What do you think of that? In any case, counsel, I failed to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you described. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived? There's only one possibility that I can think of. That is, to use that leaking gas to commit murder. Order, counsel. Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we have unraveled the mystery of this far. Well,
Take that!
if the gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be suddenly extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live around these stove spots myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, it's trying to sleep without the stuff lit is pretty much suicide. You freeze to death in no time. Mr. Gray, that the landlord has a large fireplace in his part of the residence, so on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shakespeare was trying to end. Outrageous. I'm talking of course about the defendant. Mr. Natsumi isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious.
Objection!
The accused is actually aggrieved? Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? Can you still claim that? Just indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there? Who did put it there? The logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Yes, that would be indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of the Mr. Shamspear murder's designs? Oh, you mean to suggest? Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more too obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clearly retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Suzuki Natsume. Whatever Mr. William Shamspear may or may have not contributed to do, was nevertheless the victim of potentially lethal poison attack, and the only person who could possibly have perpetrated the attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel is theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, Manipunin's friend? Ugh. Well, shit. Unless, how did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Mr. Auto, you must respond. You must respond. Otherwise, the member of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? What advantage? It would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in the Mr. Shamspear's room, so we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. You mean name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if you fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now. The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. Huh? What? Oh, don't you worry.
Objection!
Objection. Objection. Objection! There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit? Yo, what up, Muyoko? How do I like this game so far? I like it very much. I feel like this game, story-wise, I like it a lot better than the trilogy, for sure. And I like some new stuff, new mechanics in this game. Absolutely. A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, My Nipponin's Friend. Why not? This farce has gone on for so long already. I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponin's friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime? My guess?
Take that!
Olive Green! The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green? I do feel as though I heard that name in the recent past, Council, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green. The woman from 6 days ago. The victim in the recent case of stabbing on the Prior Road. An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I will hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shamspear's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital, unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday. We found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison? And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shakespeare. My lord, pray but be thy bidding. Are you acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her. Judging by the book look on Mr. Shakespeare's face, I think perhaps he generally doesn't know her, at least not by name. As the voice of Her Majesty prosecution here, I adhere to my word. You will see my learned Nipponese friend is far through to its conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Olive Green? Indeed, my lord, 1 hour should be insufficient. Olives? I don't like olives though. They're like super strong tasty. Strong taste. Okay. Court is adjourned. To be continued. To be continued. Bop, 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 bop. Trial part 2, was it? A green olive is an unripe black olive. Either way, olives are no good. Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks. Oh, Mr. Natsube. Once again, I'm so pleased for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire and non-locum's judicial assistant Miss Nikotoba Esquires. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent and proof that my tea is innocent. Good morning, my dear fellows. You're late here. Lord Shams. May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. I thought the tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Shams, you came. How wonderful. Please save this delirium. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything out of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day, as sleep seduced me last night, thought. Tomorrow, for once, I should not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not? Oh yes, and then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why? Time after time? He acts like a fucking JoJo character that want to be defending. You mean Shams? Mr. Shams Hairlock? And the answer came to me. At once, it's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not as astute insight into the matter? Oh, yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment and didn't sleep a wink at all night. The results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Bruh. One more thing, did you remember this? Oh, yeah. The bottle of poison. Yes, of course, it's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital's day. Oh, you didn't manage to? It was a laborious task as the bottle was nearly empty, but such inconvenience do not hinder Shams. Not Shams? Oh, you mean the William Shakespeare. F this guy. I managed to confirm that it contains strychnine. So I was right. Perhaps, though of course, such circumstantial evidence it doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I should leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the egg is not recommended. No, then who acts? What do you mean? Wait, then what do you mean? Who acts like who? Who acts like who? You mean Soseki? Could I have a word? Oh, the one we've been defending? Oh, the one with defending. Oh, my bad. I read that bad. I read that wrongly. Rexon, how good of you to come. Forget it, excuse me? Oh, ignored. Wait a minute, Inspector. Don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Do you have the results, Mr. Inspector, of the investigation of the Mr. Champier's room? Not yet, shouldn't be long now though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict actually. Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Champier's room? A man by the name of, yes, Sheldon. I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that, well, it caught my eye. Something caught your eye? Well, Inspector, what? I copied out the relevant parts for you so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you. So we got the bottle. Okay, nothing much though. And then 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder, and died of natural cause while in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. Cellmate, huh? Wonder who? The esteemed £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Manchester's Strangeways prison announced the death of a convicted murderer and burglar Sheldon by a natural cause in the early hour this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. The cellmate of him, Include the details that were in the newspaper coming be found in Mr. Champier's room. I rearranged everything in our court record so we don't have to duplicate information. Thank you very much. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Well, you're the only ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellow, and the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. Shining diamond in the rough, maybe. Look, I just don't want to be a beholden to a lawyer. That's all. Okay, time, right? Yeah, it's time. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery, not nodding off at all. Certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Shams. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in fluid of tears personally, so the best of luck to you. Local student, Mr. Naruto Esquire. Yes, Mr. Natsume. It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. This is going to be the final battle. The final battle! I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Rinosuke. You have to. You have to. Do it. Well, let's go. The prosecution has tried to extend very courtesy to this amateur newcomer from the UP's Eastern Shores. Thank you for that backhand consideration. A rather cold assessment from the Honorable British prosecutor, I must say. I ate cereal this morning, now I'm full. Cereal! What kind of cereal? So Lord 16 is the new witness present and ready to take the stand. Ready and waiting in the witness antechamber, my lord. Very well, bailiff. Bring the witness in. She's painting. Witness, state your names and occupations for the court, please. Frosted Flakes knockoff? Ooh. Village shall spear my liege. For my occupation, I can say only. That I be a tragic victim to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak spirit to admit she has no talent, I suppose. Also currently unemployed, in other words. What a coterie. Mr. Shamspear? My lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility that has been raised that you are in fact the assailant intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I vote for naught else, my lord. And Miss Green? Yes? You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume? Yes, the officer did explain. Is it I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon? And do you accept the charge, Miss Green? I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Cap? Come, lady. Die to live. Verily, I know not thy. I know not thy prickly be pigment and personage. Very well. It's all very strange indeed. Where would you suspect me? I barely ever go to East End anyway. It so happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that man was poisoned, I was still in hospital fighting for my life. Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Carrie Depth household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicions. What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's already disturbing. Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, all that appears to be connect you with Mr. Shamspear's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why. We would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened. Oh no, this is 6 days ago. You mean you want me to relive that awful accident? Unfortunately, yes. Please tell us at the court what happened that day. Of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspear. But what happened 6 days ago is nothing to do with me being poisoned. Let's proceed then. The witness will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February. Let's hear it. It was 6 days ago, about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case had their lodgings. I was at the tavern at the eve of which thou speaks, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I'd been in the area. Liar. First time? No. You had a boyfriend who lived in that place. Liar. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I'm admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all of this business. Liar. Yes, a second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence. I call bull on both of them. Yep. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspear. Thus, the following morning when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Marion, what a commotion did the officer of the law make on the floor above mine. And Suzuki's son was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. I suspected there's nothing connecting these two witnesses that what happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here, I feel certain of it. This is my one and only chance to expose it. Hey. Right away. think was it this one? Yeah, let me press on this. What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. It's nothing really. It's not worth mentioning. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. It was related to the card you were holding. The green card too. Remember, I believe that the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. What does that mean?
Excuse me.
Mr. Shakespeare, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be, that is the question. Pray forgive me, the great bard's words sprinted from within me with the never a thought. Don't tell me it's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps? Well, my name, sire, that was nothing at all. Presumably you know the name, though, Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would if it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room you just one floor above yours. Miss Green? Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong? The card that was mentioned before containing the note, do you have it upon your person? I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. Before you dispose it, the court will take it as evidence, please. Okay, let me see it. The envelope has been ripped up in a rather careless, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type of token corresponds to more neatly than that. What is it? The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen that exact same shape somewhere else. Oh, you don't mean... What do you think of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. They go together perfectly. This turn off end of the envelope clearly belongs with this card. And can I read this? Oh, I can read it. Oh, man. Alright. Information. Got it. It's Duncan Ross? Duncan Ross. Now continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green. Ba 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 ba. No, yeah, this guy was a no shot. A tavern, you say? Which one? Does the Slucken Salad where I did tarot a jewel in the East End? Slucken Salad. That's where he was supposed to... The letter said she was supposed to meet too, I remember. What do you mean, Lord 16? Slucken Salad offers unusual fine dining for the loyalty, at least. Not an establishment you expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. It's true the menu lists premium crust of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness. I would have expected crabbery in the local dignity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather soupy water and pea-like mush. All equally appetizing. I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. That's the reason why he had to go to a particular establishment. Agreed. Ciperino, the fact that on that day of all days, he dined at a place he wouldn't normally stand out. So Mr. Shakespeare's own action on the day of this incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have a... Yes. Mr. Shakespeare? Yes, sire. On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited this Slucken Salad, a place you don't normally patronize? For a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou has some purpose, speaks. Very well, I will present the court with evidence. Now, is it this or is it the probably this
Take that!
or not? Or it is. The music stopped. I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to a Slucking Cell on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspeare, your action on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspeare? Well... Excuse me, can I say something? Yes, Miss Green. That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this art, man. It does, because I found this in his room. Well, you think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely... My lord, may I... May you what, Miss Green? I'd like to make something very clear about that card. Very well, then you may amend your testimony. Okay, this note was delivered to me at my address. It's nothing to do with this. Oh, okay, no.
Objection!
The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. Upon the carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in the hospital. Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me. Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Huh? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope. Oh, is it? And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received. Where did you find that? In Mr. Shamspeare's room. In my room? Mr. Shamspeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well... Your actions that afternoon followed the instruction in the note to the letter. Come to a Slucking Cell on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17, and so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green? What did I do? As this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspeare's room, so how is it that it came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea, I'm just a fledgling artist after all. There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspeare's room and stole it! Oh, you did what? Sorry, what? You broke, though were in my room? What on earth do you want with me? It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Miss Green? Yes? While you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Punish my ass, nobody's punished. Please bear that in mind. Except Gina. Yes, I know. Yeah, around the witness, you will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. Yeah. I remember now that was a week ago, a peradventure that note was delivered to me. And the day we were therein, I did a long hour at the Slack in Salad, and yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening, I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I stuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? Why would you? I can point out the villain here, and as for that torn-off piece of envelope, I don't know anything about it. I was correct. I think she is the killer and not the culprit for trying to poison that guy. Well, you now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspeare? Fate, this so, my lord. and I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet this is clear to me now that since I had returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid my eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was a lie. Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying. I beg your pardon. I'm just fletching artist. As I said, fletching artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address, besides. We all know who the liar around here is. That's true, Miss Green. How do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was... found in Mr. Champier's room. I don't see why I should explain. Sorry, I'm a fletching artist. White job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanation and the proofs. You, the fletching lawyer. Wow, the fletching will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Alright. I think I have an idea already. Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspeare's room. There can be no question of that. That's how she acquired the note. Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all of this. And it's not a pretty one. Not a pretty one. I have an idea. Where's her? It's the one with this one. The girl. Why would I? Save the game just in case if I fucked it up. Then we can load the game. Why would you do it, huh? Because you want to poison. I was right. Yesterday at the hospital we saw you with this bottle, and I thought the contents will spilled during the course of our meeting. A small quantity remain. Oh. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Shum's chemistry said the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare? Oh! Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings. For one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that fits the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison. Can this be? You broke into my room, too. It may seem incredible to record, but from the remaining clues, there's only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green! Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear! Me! That's right. And I have a good theory about this, and I know why, maybe. Oh no. Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with the intent to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did indeed set this audience trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely? Well, that's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord. Beg your pardon. There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Lord, one sees. And of course, the following morning there was more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address. More activity! Oh, yes! You meaning his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on a suspicion of murder. That's right, and as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. The goals caused the gas stop in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe but lay dormant. And then 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back but was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsume's returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out and Mr. Shamspear was mysteriously poisoned. They're both giant killers in a way. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas, but they're both attempted murderers. Attempted killers, culprits, had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Mary! With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all a part of the plan. What plan? The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slucken Sun at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I was at home? Exactly while you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green? Yes. In order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. Damn! Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up. Someone whose name we have heard several times already during the course of this trial. So that's what's behind all this. You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. This guy. Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodging at Mr. Carey Debs, somebody else was renting their room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. And that does ring a bell. Oh, of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspear's blowing into a gas pipe and causing gas to leak into a room. It's murder, plain and simple. Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, cures, deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their mind that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone forgotten him. You mean you? Duncan was... Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspear. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you are her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry? Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspear, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder? Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Objection!
Inhale it so deeply it appears that my reflection-learned friend has taken in a lungful of deepest gas, causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shamspear have wanted to kill the lodgers, as you say? Love how she's on a great. She's kinda cute. She got choppy, round, super short, and very kawaii. But she's a killer. Or attempted killer. Culprit. You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slight. These lies, all lies, I deny every utterance. And you have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green. I'm sure you think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection.
But you broke into the man's room. You didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe. What was your reason? I thought I have a look around, that's all. Sorry? You are right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh violence, oh violence, oh tyranny, oh randomity of women. But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some turps and a piece of wire. Oh awfulness, oh awfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of women. Maybe we'll consider you trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence you searched revealed. Well, I spotted a note that I sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place. Yes, we also discovered that hiding place. So we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an IMT in tin box. Ah, yes, well the thing is, when I found it, the box was empty. What? There was something in it? Yes. This rather nice key. What? What are you doing with that? What the? Every ounce of color has drained from his face. Give it here. Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it. What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it? Oh, no, I knew it. It's him. It's him. The cellmate. He's found from a witness by his only cellmate. It's him. It's him. Alright, bathroom break. Watch before he comes back. Ay, 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 ay. It was obviously important to you since you've gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. What if it means you can open something now? I don't care. Give it back this minute. Give it to me. Calm yourself, witness. For Mr. Shakespeare has tried, and in one case, I succeeded to take the life of two lodgers now. I did! I did! You missed it! Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shakespeare at first. But considering everything we are now, I think there's actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we have seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just got a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. As counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim.
Take that!
That's an official police report. Official police report, is it not? The Selden file. How did you get told of that? Selden? The now suddenly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant, Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linking them. The fact they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Under that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The sum of 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Ah, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. It's written in his file here. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That was how the paper summed it up. It seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever contained the valuables therein. Oh, you mean these keys? Mr. Shamspeare, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the Capitol Carpenter's side when he died, were you not? Well, what are you talking about? This is a false charge. I tell you, a false charge. The name of that inmate who was with Selden at this death isn't noted in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, on my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspeare's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he met immediately for Mr. Caridep's lodging in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice, because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspeare subsequently devised his gas-based blood to kill the occupant of the room. When he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into a newly vacant room. However, a certain cheater someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defender of this case, had no less. So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspeare? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason: to get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind the dead convict. Looks like I'm gonna have to snuff it before they get to stretch me back. Listen, I want you to have me loot anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay on one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspeare. Just like a clown? Get clown! It's mine. What did he just say? It's mine! That loot is mine! What the? Mr. Shamspeare? It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have any shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I am the victim here. Remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit it to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Is that right, ladies and gentlemen? Well, shit. I'm so close, I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. But he seems to so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruto. There's a way. Pardon, there's one way I can finish him. No. He's already committed to the most heinous crimes to get his hands on the loot, which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Very doubt for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece in this complex puzzle, but I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. My lord? Yes, Counsel? The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we have used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Very well then, Counsel, let the court hear your idea. I got 5 chance. I think I already know where it is. Not that. Not that is matter.
Take that!
Oh, please. If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shakespeare's handprints on the walls of his lodgings. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based on wonderful news discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes. A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you think I'm gonna be haunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? You're ridiculous! Oops, Mr. Sholmes, he does no Lord 1610. Well enough to say something like that in my case. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover the vital clues in this case already. Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. Oops. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. Oh, we need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding elementary. So now, Mr. Naruto. Yes. What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Suseki-san's room. You need a sample to help locate Sheldon's loot that's hidden in the old room. What form will the sample take? I don't think it's evidence. You're gonna need something of Sheldon's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. Something the convict's own happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruto, your powers of reasoning appears to be on the up. So which particular person do you have in mind? This one. She has the key. Miss Green? Oh, me? What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry. That key belonged to Sheldon. There will be a remnant of secretation from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print skeeker. Find out exactly what Sheldon touched in the room that he used to rent. Mr. Shakespeare adds one grade to another, I assure you. The late convict's haul is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings. I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shakespeare, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Sheldon's stolen wealth. In that case, I can't let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No, give the key to me. Detectives shan't have it. It's over, Mr. Shakespeare. No. You are out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. What? Oh, Shameful Spear. Despair. Be dying. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room, that's all. So you have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods. Yet after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent for one thing. Mr. Creative really has a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Call Mr. Natsume, what an unfortunate timing. Then 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I finally had my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the city was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. You know these stories? These are very good stories. And if I remember correctly, Mr. Shom spent the whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stuff in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap. William Shakespeare. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Well, let me tell you in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you have done. Well. Get wrecked! At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stuff always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please don't say it there. Don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I better not. We said we wait until we graduate before we told our parents, remember? But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I had known it was going to be happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I have been left with is a bitter regret. I stopped going to school. But something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stupid Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up to the road to grab strawberry for some food, so I followed him, sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. That place cursed, I tell you, cursed. The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stuff has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. The pipes have been checked. No problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking. But how could that be? Duncan was gone and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumor I heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations. A rumor? Ah, you mean? Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes. How anything connected to a gas can be extinguished by blowing air into a pipework. It's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just won't go away. Was it really an accident though? Once I had the idea it wouldn't leave me alone, it plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End. Ah, black market. I'd never been, I just heard people talk about them and you really can't buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident or was it murder? Your chosen method for establishment, the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspect the man of tampering with and wait. If Mr. Shamspear was innocent, nothing would come off what you've done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspear. Then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Lock in Slab and Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about the list letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So waited to see if it worked. And of course, Mr. Shamspear followed the instruction to the letter. I worked out where the gas pipe was right away, so I smeared a good amount of poison I bought all around the mouth of the pipe, all the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done and that it was all some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that devil's work would be done and that the culprit would get his just desserts. I mean, I understand her though. You know? It's understandable. Like, I would too. Want a revenge? My loved one? 3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of the depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponish friend. Oh, yes. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, Dogger, we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green? Yes, my lord. You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom. Punished for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspear. Yes, I know. And you, Mr. Shamspear, you will be tried for the murder of the Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of the Mr. Soseki Natsume here present. Mr. Naruto? Yes? Yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle, I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. It's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. Well, personally, I'm glad of you being here, Miss Green. Oh, and I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspear didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Because of you, I chose life, not death. Now you have made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green. Mr. Soseki Natsume? Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant, boom, boom, not guilty. That is case 7, my guys. Case 7, right? Yeah. Court is adjourned. Now on to the next one. Oh, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done. How did you like it? I think it's on the upper end of second cases in the series. For sure. I knew, like, I thought for sure because, you know, in the first game when we had the, I guess this is part 2 in a way, Kokoro. Part 1, like, we did met Shakespeare, you know, the guy. William Shakespeare, was it? And, the gas man. But after the trial, and we never met them again. So we saw them like once. So I thought like, why would they show us those characters if we don't, if they don't appear in a trial at all? But damn. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache. Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Shams. Logo student, Mr. Naruto is quiet once again. This was a good case for sure, absolutely. You saved me from doom. I thought for sure there were some plot twists for sure, She tried to kill him and he tried to kill that guy. And multiple culprits.
Oh wow, the mustache man acts like R.I.P. off Jojo man.
Congratulations on your second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature which was in our great homeland empire. And then, by the twist of fate, I was brought to a land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Dry as a mate, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. You have had such a difficult time, haven't you? But a week ago now. I tracked you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did, and I've seen more life in this week than in all my years to date. For the first time, I feel I began to see the true face of the English so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes to the world, humans are humans. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I have come to understand something. I worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see. No matter our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We are just doing our best to live. Bella said, I come to feel the same way. I made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What? Just when we become friends here in England. What a terrible shame. Oh, I know, that has stuck at my heartstrings, it really does. I decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh my, so you'll be creating your own light literature, Mr. Natsume, how wonderful. Oh well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. Suppose you're right, yes, it will in a way be a literature. But as of now, all I know is that I like to try my hands at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. I, for one, love to read your work. Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. It's very true. And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor. The desire to return post haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. My goodness, yes, faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider it that cowardly, I'm quite sure. But that's not what I'm leaving! I mean it! Objection! Objection! That was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Soseki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. Barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well, on the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in her former lodgings. The 1,000 pounds? Oh. Oh, well done, Mr. Shams. How simply marvelous of you to uncover the second secret hiding place in just one day. Was it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellow, skin prints are extremely useful in situations. Won't you agree, Gregson? Hey, everybody's here. Crexy has been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily, I think perhaps humorously might be closer to the truth. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. What's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let's look then. If you're ready, let's examine the late burglar's hall. Here we go. What is that? A collar? Oh no, that's a belt. Or a collar with blood. Oh, looks to be some sort of neckband or a collar. A collar, it's huge though. And look at all the gemstones in it. You can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Oh, have you noticed on the inside there are some dark stains? You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. Oh, second our thoughts. Perhaps I won't have it as a belt. And of course, there's this emblem here. Large letter B. On a smaller ground. B? B. What does that signify, do you think? Oh, I noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know. Where could have been. Wait, you have? It's enough of that. Hey, no, he's hiding. What's the matter with the Sholmes? All the color has drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you are to be taking this, aren't you? Could be some valuable evidence. After all, it must be kept safely under lock and key. Yes. Get your crappy hats off that, you lot, and hand it over now. Sholmes, Hairlock. I've never seen a color that large before, and all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me, at least not once I noticed it. Those dark marks on the dark inside of the collar, those stains. Could they really have been blood? Come on, clearly they're blood. Well, that's a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. And you look very pleasant, Iris. I mean, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume. The mystery of the knife in the mist and the mustache man in the convict's curse, perhaps. Could make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait. A word, please, Iris. Yes, what is it, Hurley? Sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. What? Why not? It's a great case. Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to a verse of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Yes. Okay.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand.
Fucked! This...
I can see why Mr. Sholmes
I
forbade
wanna
Iris
know!
from publishing the
So
story.
badly!
It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened
Shit.
and would happen.
It sucks! It's a good thing, but it sucks at the same time. Like, you know, all these episodes are super 5 hours long.
For it wasn't until 2
maybe more than
months
that.
after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again.
But it's a good thing it's a long. I wish it was short so I could progress faster and know what
With
the
an
fuck is
incident
going
that
on.
took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Great exhibition. Oh! Shit! It's about to get real. The key of knowledge. All right, straight on to the next one. The Return of the Great Departed Soul. I know for a fact this one is going to be an absolute park champ for sure. The Resolve of Nurinosuke. I have a feeling it's going to be a good one. No doubt about it.
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London.
Oh,
Surely there
okay,
is not a
Great
soul
Exhibition.
who has failed to hear of it.
So this is going to be about Great Exhibition for sure then.
Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But
a feeling that this is
as
gonna be a good
regards
one,
to
huh?
the
Well, I'll say my opinion for the end.
catastrophe
Don't want to raise
that
a lower
occurred
expectation.
during the festivities,
Sure.
and if you were aware, my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows,
Next
it
time
was
on the
he
Ace Attorney
who
series, our
earnestly
minds will
unearthed
explode.
the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
Okay.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people. The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world. Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies.
Just me, or does this guy sound like Pinky from Pinky and the Brain? Pinky and the Brain? What? Who is Pinky again? Pinky and the Brain animated series. Oh, I actually never saw this. I had never seen this. Mouse, huh? Big ass rat. Are those rats?
And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Kinesis?
A man
Satellite.
will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location, whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of calculations exactly as it was before.
What the? Is he a magician?
In but a few moments from now, these gentlemen will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
Nani?
This one, yes, yes, yes! Woo! Yes, yes, yes!
That guy's gonna... He's gonna die. I called it. Did I? I called it. Rip. Narf? Biggest catchphrase Narf? Well, he's dead. Runa, are you listening? Oh, sorry. What was that, Iris? What's the matter with you? You have been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? No, that's not at all. What were we talking about again? Today's paper, it's full of news about the Great Exhibition again. Ah, yes, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. That's bad. That's very bad. You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley? He's even downer. Did you say something, Iris? Oh gosh, you're even more down. Whoa! Where did you arrive, Mr. Naruto? I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you might have known I was here, because breakfast. Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with a simple observation. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, you tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. Clearly, it can be deduced there for that. Let me stop you there, Mr. Shums, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has been ever since we first met, in fact. This is like deja vu again. Thanks again. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now. 6 months? I'm an nap? Alright, Buyoko! Have a lovely nap! 6 months? Since I was forbidden from working in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned. Oh well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Would you agree, Hurley? Ban? Hmm? Did you say something, Iris? Ah, back to moping. What's the matter with Mr. Shums today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me. I know, and the great exhibition has opened. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go to see it together? I want to, of course I do, but I can't, not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective, after all. So you're embroiled in some tricky case you can't be distracted from. Is that it? I remember hearing that you're working a case, Hurley. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. For a year ago now, I took up on the defense. Yeah, we know this. Gina Lestrade. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing. You haven't you, Runo? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room and their notes about Strom's old cases. Brewing our special bench of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You have become something of a man servant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I think of going to ask the powers that to be reconsidered, especially Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall. Lord Strongheart? Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice, not my favorite fellow. It's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to pretend to become the best lawyer I could, and I can't do that. I can't do that just sitting around here. The whole of London has been swept on this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things and the world will be watching. Oh, do you know what I like to do? I like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons. Look down, do you mean those things? Fly? Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air. But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. I can't stand it out all. That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all of these things will just be common knowledge. I suppose they might be. Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong at the open experimentation stage yesterday. Apparently, there was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I had seen it though. I'd love to see how bad some of the scam experiments really are. Just a 10-year-old girl. See here, every page of this paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Shadow cast behind, is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Well, the Reaper attacked? What? So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on there, other than this rather gloomy looking one that is. Wait, what? What's the matter, Runo? The Reaper attacked. That's Lord One Zeeks. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know anymore, I wonder? Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to that. I start like you. What sort of case is it? Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruto. Remember that this guy sits here? You may never know who might be listening. Aris, please. You mustn't exercise your active powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say, put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. You say that, do you, Mr. Sholmes? Never mind, once I had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. Just in the paper that Lord 16 was attacked? That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper and of the Bailey of the Course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, Prosecutor Barak 16. Last cat? Wait, where? No? Those finest rogues always find a way around the law. There's stop at nothing to secure quite a trial. Also find evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges, but even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you have experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruto? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord 16 has been attacked like this before? Is this the first time? He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't seem to take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailant were armed with guns this time? Oh my goodness, is he alright then? Is Lord 16 hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? Well, in the article it says, as to what Lord of Lord 16 and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition. Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient here. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, you should have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps? Oh, shit. Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. You really are shameless liars sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you wouldn't. You would be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you're going. Well then, see you later, indeed. In the paper, there's an ad saying Last Cat. Stray. The Stray game. Listen to him, he's still laughing on his way out of the door. That's the... Stray, Last Cat, Stray. Right? Alright then, Runo, let's get going. Oh, Iris, what are you wearing? I have got the change to go to a great exhibition. You're going to take me. What? But I was just about to go to a Supreme Court. Oh, well, that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there then. Alright, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you? I don't think this game is enough cyberpunk enough to be straight. Hey! Move strong, strong heart, justice. Mr. Strongheart. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here, but some things never change, like the sense of foreboding I always seem to be feeling in this place. What the? Doesn't seem to be bothering others at all, though. She's happily reading over there. Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here. Of course, I was forgetting that you have been here before. The time we came here, 6 months ago. Yeah, she left. Ah, understand you wish to speak with me. Mr. Strongheart? Oh, Lord Strongheart, I trust you've been keeping well. Let's see, since you arrived at request and notice, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I kept you waiting a while, my apologies. Oh no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. 4 hours? Good to know. Good to know, that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Mel Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London, is the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only stay with the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminence. Take a look at the newspaper again. Why? Lost cat. Lost cat. What about it? The Reaper attacked. See, it's because the Reaper attacked. Back in the present, no more. Yeah. No more Susato. No more my best judicial assistant. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of the London is now under red last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing their grounds, guarding the new technologies dealing with the petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we should open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Investigating about authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do. And it's my highest priority if others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Well, thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. Want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer at King Court. That's what brought me here today. But that's actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens. Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it. Come out with it. I actually came here to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in a court as a lawyer was revoked and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. I desperately want to have another go. Please permit me to enter the courtroom again. Mr. Naruto? Yes? Here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent me my best friend and they started to, not me. It should have been Kazuma. No more waifu Susato? Yeah. Kazuma Soki! I have to fulfill his calling for him. Kei Asoki? He is calling, you say. Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Sorry, the mission with which that young law student was charged. Presuppose it really was. What do you mean? Mission? He's not making sense. Never mind. I have read all the reports you have submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean... As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Pokies! Thank you. Thank you so much. That's wonderful news, Bruno. In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You consider it, I hope. Of course, please tell me more. Oh no. You describe it as a curious affair. Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday? Oh no. Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see. How was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think. Instantaneous kinesis, as in moving things with a click of the fingers. It's right, it's just what my herbal blends need, a dash of devil may care. Whether the serious accident was exactly its clear captured Iris' imagination. Since unfortunate business, a large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage and a man lost his life. A certain master, Mr. Odie Asman, an investor and a well-known figure in society, large explosion. As a man died? The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. On his charge of murder. What? Murder? If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There's a very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. The Great Exhibition has a scientific experiment gone wrong and a murder. Fill out my debt before I even started still. We should go to the prison straight away then and try to meet with this German professor, don't you think? Definitely. And yes, one more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Oh, with Ron 16, wow. Also, conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition, and next month the largest...
I'm gonna actually leave, I'm dead tired, plus I have laundry to tend to.
Well, then thanks for being around, Muyoko. Have a lovely one. Hey, rest up well, dude. Rest up well and do your laundry. London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, and now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate, so it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. This is what's known as the forensic science, isn't it? Forensic science, exactly the future of policing. Oh. Pop, 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 pop. Remember, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the abduction of forensic science methods. Oh, that's alarming. Exactly, it's extremely alarming. Pop, 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 pop. If I were Her Majesty and Attorney General, you can be sure the number of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individuals' reasons to support my claim. Sorry, by way of apology for keeping you waiting, I should detail everyone now. What? Oh, how fascinating. Don't became 15 years ago. Sleepy time. Resident sleeper. And that more or less sums up my feelings on this matter. In the simplest of terms, of course, essentially to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Oh, right, yes, that's wonderful. Exactly, wonderful is precisely what it will be. What the? Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything at all? I actually just up for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. What about the Reaper? Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? The Reapers of the... No, not that one. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? The Reaper attack. Ah, that? You have enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not? Trade? It's not dead, right? There's no need for concern. Lord 16 would not be so easily dispatched, as I assure you. Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know. Very well. If it interests you. Gas, strangely. 16 condition. Fortunately, Lord 16 emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. But that's incredible they were armed with guns. What was the attack though? Do we know? It's related to the events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organization was indicted and prosecuted by 1-6. The man was acquitted. I have no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money. Oh. Unbelievable situation members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite revealing his freedom, the man in question met in a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely? Well, shit, the victim henchman certainly seems to think so. It's a man by the name of Asman. Mr. Odie Asman. Hey, Spirit, what were the 4 names again? Keasoki, right? Oh, it was A. Shin, then Gregson, and then John H. Wilson. Yeah. A. Shin, so nobody yet. Wait! This guy's the one who in the experiment died, though. Those are the 4? Wait, he's the one? What? He's a man by the name of Asman? Mr. Odie Asman? Odie Asman, what? Did you say Asman? It's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition. Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization? Unbelievable. His name is a pun of an... Oh, odious man? Odious man. Wait, we can read like that? Odious... Oh. All the criminals who managed to get her off in the court and meet with a mysterious end upside the courtroom. A fear of fate, they seek to strike at Lord 1-6 first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still. Something clearly is going on here. Have 1-6 work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. But does it make sense? How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand? 1-6 may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 60 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. 11 hours late? That's quite something. That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Then time stops for no one. I'm sure it stopped for me doing those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh yes, where would I find Lord 1-6 now? I would assume he's at his office. Right. I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. Anyway, with you now. I'm leaving Professor Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands. Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. Yep, time to go. Let's go to the prison first. The warden set cell 11, that's this one. Oh, there's someone who curled up in a ball in the back corner, look. What's his name again? Professor Albert Harebrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Harebrain? Harebrain? Albert Harebrain. Harebrain? Who are you? I'm gonna risk it in Naruhodo. Defense lawyer. Lawyer? What's something I said? A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't. Is this demonstration? The magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, No one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they all live at high velocity. Now is probably another good time to mention that your zeal made my consideration leave for a while too. His hypothesis, fuck you. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday. The papers are called an spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? Yes, you could interrupt the result that way if you really wanted to. But I suppose it's the strictest sense. The experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success. You lost me. As with my own eyes, right there in front of me, Mr. Asman was spontaneously dissembled. And then everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed through a crystal tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Asman in fact perished. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Asman was an accident, correct? But the big wigs had you arrested and suspicious of murder. Suspicion? I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. For that, I wish to be punished at once. But murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply an accident. I see. Hurley and I were talking about this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder. How exactly? Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. On what grounds? Yes, it's newly established here in Britain, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by. But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon and they'll be able to pour it over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. I see now. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Yes? Rather no, the devil is in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me. You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made of particles that are held together by electrical bonds, so it must be possible using a sufficiently high voltage to break those bonds and beam the particles through the space. That's it. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see. That's my amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's unimaginably high level of science. Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think of one moment I could be here in this cell. The next, I could be at the Great Exhibition again. Well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at the Great Parisian Theatre, say? The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach. So no more hiding in large workshops on rocky seas for 50 days. I don't really see it like that. What do you mean, Iris? Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. My word, that's exactly right. What are the implications? What does it mean? Oops, looks like it's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried by the look of it. Clearly, this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is, my calculations are flawless, the science works. Without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. But anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor Mr. Ashman. Ashman, the victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? Pop. The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Audi Ashman, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with this man? He first visited me in a laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked him. I thanked my lucky stars. I see, so you hadn't really known each other until then. Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? As an archangel, even. I was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Grand Exhibition. If that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specification. But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never ever have thought of taking the man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. Okay, is that it? I don't know. We go to Lord 16. Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office. Yes, it appears so. It sends chill down to your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deadly atmosphere. Oh, is that... Who the fuck? That hooded figure was so still I had noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. Monkas? What are you doing here? He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you well. I am. So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will. I didn't know you had an apprentice. Must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. He's very able in combat and requested skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper? I've been interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming that is such a fabled thing genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. Lo Hart said this assault last night was some sort of revenge attack. She was carried out by the henchmen of the Odi Asman's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrest were imminent. Presumably, some hope to kill me before that happened. Odi Asman. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means via his criminal activities. And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper. But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances, it was most unusual cause of death. I know about that. It was a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Stasman died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct? And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. This man really is the fireable creeper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death at least. Strange how this has worked out, hasn't it, Bruno? I mean, what, you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow? What? You're going to be defending him? Oh yes, that's right. Oh, I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Harebrain. That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. You're what? I understood that Professor Harebrain was from Germany though. Harebrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from university, London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all, so we were students together. I was in the faculty of law, of course, and he in science, so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along, though I have not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form, and with you, of all people, representing him. Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me. By you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. We are friends, it's true. Then why would you do this? If the Reaper is the prosecutor, then there's nothing anyone can do to save him his doom. What's Lord 1-6 thinking? What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's duality, does that mean I'm a crown prosecutor and the border like any other? I'm no demigod. But they have all died, haven't they? The people you prosecute, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in conviction or an acquittal. Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society, people who without question deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a wild wretch at all. Nor was Ginny, in fact. She ever so hardworking now. I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn, but the point is this. If any of those wild wretches that escaped justice and subsequently died in my mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work. Lord Strong had said the same. He believes you are not involved in any way. But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true. The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crime in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh, it would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. You mean to say, it's like a Batman? You mean to say that if my pseudonym serves as a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. But it's putting you in danger, you could be killed. If that is my fate, let God decide. What one seeks. What about the... Uh-huh. It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though. Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them, but there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him. He's my tutelage of become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose. Ah, like you are to Harley then, Runo. I remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. On Lord Stronghat's orders, nobody knows the man's face or indeed his identity. Why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Stronghat's order again. It's not one of meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. Hope you're right. Oh. Ah. The test is complete? Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. Nice to meet you. There's some bats up there. Back to work again? That was really strange though. I never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed yet. Somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. What? Don't bother trying to talk converse. Wait, what was that? Somebody doesn't feel. It didn't feel like a first encounter. Have you examined the bats? Not yet. Not yet. Oh no. I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to. It couldn't be. Could be what? Ah, yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. What's that? I don't know. Yeah, somebody. That policeman, is he faring well? Sorry, the one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago with the stoop and the mustache and the cheaters. Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean? I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out that you identified him from that list, Bruno. It's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. It's Monokuma! I see. He kind of did look like Jin, though, from Xenoblade. With the mask. Or is Jin? But it didn't feel like a first time meeting, huh? I wonder who? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice and for the conversation. Can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san after Nippon Nins. Not sure whether to feel happy about it or worried. Never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? Such a turn up for the books. Mad scientist. You mean Professor Hairbrain? Yes, it might be worth questioning the professor about his relationship with Lord 16, I think. Okay, back to prison then. Or a bathroom break. Was it like when he was at university? Talk about a leading questioner, Bruno. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the 16 family, with all its great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had such a noble blood. Little darling. It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he become. The Reaper of the Pale, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Really? What sort of event? I'm sorry. I don't know anymore. I was in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Oh, yes, of course. If he hears all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord 16 will be the prosecutor in the court tomorrow. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I have understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident you were saying. You had no intent to harm the victim who was in the fact that sole investor in your work. Is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it. Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention, so I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still, I would never use my discoveries in my inventions to take a person's life, not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science, it's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that all my life. Sag. I'm afraid I don't know much about science or your theories. But I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of law, it's all I know. You have to believe me, please. When I went to live in Germany after graduating, I learned something very important. Not nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. Thank you for in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Alright, we're now. It's time to visit the Great Exhibition. Sorry, well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Yeah, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum. Ugh. The showgrounds are a little bit too big for my liking. We've been walking around in the dense grass for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times. There are a lot of people around there, aren't there? I have almost been trodden on 3 times too. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. We have finally made it through the throngs through by the look of it. Here we are underneath of the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Hey! Right, I had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute. Oh yeah? Go on then, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence, and you know it. Wait, I know those voices. You got cheeky little math on you, young lady. But a night in the cells will teach you some manners. Just try it, dare ya. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. Yo-hoo! Yoo-hoo! Rexy, what are you doing up there? Oh! It's you, you're here! How are you doing, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times a lady? I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-4 hour queue. Bum, 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 bum. Sorry. Dear me, that's the situation, is it? Is it really that troubling? Sick, a misty 5 bob, is that all you got? You're loyal and yeah, could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Nara, although. What? Hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is. You can save it, you can have it back, but I have to charge you for all the bothered 3 bob. This Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket or a diver born and bred in the eastern end of London. That case that led me to my own suspicion 6 months ago. This the young girl was defending in court. What's your problem, eh, Odo? Diver, pickpocket, who's with all the name? You just arguing with Inspector Crexo about it, weren't you? I assume you've been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. I didn't know when to talk to a lady, or no. I have to hear a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. So you have to call me a what everyone does. Inspector Lestrade now. Inspector, that batch is homemade, surely. 997. The inspector part is entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway, investigating is off the cards for all of us. What's that supposed to mean? Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, right? Right, sir. She changed. This raises a lot of questions. Yeah, we know about this. I allowed something in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like this. Go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done. So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective. You got it. Good in it. Inspector Lestrade sounds like something out of book, eh? Talk about a sea change. Then there's an Irish old man to think about. Irish father, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? So I get all the police force around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him. Just a more promise then, nothing serious. Oh, Jean, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how come I had a go at the test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is I don't read it so well, do I? Just a small problem, nothing serious. And that's when Hurley approached Crexy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice. It's very magnificent of Inspector Crexy and brave. Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding a ways to make people do what he wants. The great detectives like sneaking in for dirt, in other words. So, the long and the short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there are still big mystery around in Gina, isn't there? Oh, what a ruin of what? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant. Yeah. The Reaper's kind of like an upstairs, so I... Bobby's not to be in Japan, he's perfectly fine, isn't he? Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought. Exactly, so I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. Core, it was out of this world. It was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers in his machine, and suddenly it started billowing smoke. It just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment yet. Sorry, you mean you saw it, Ginny, with your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge, ain't he, of keeping everything running smooth. I mean, the boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose that's going to take some time, some getting used to. So all I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this, I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching from above. No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in its place already, right? In Rise, you have no trouble at all. Let's settle. When do I start? No, you can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. Well, see, anyway. What I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success in a way. It was. How could it have been? Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of smoke and that whopping great bang. But where did you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the crystal tower over there. What? In the tower? You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold. Oh, where all the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with. Really that get beamed through the air and whatever, and landed all the way over there. So you see, it did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of experiment they threw up at the yard. Are you sure? Okay. Sketch. Okay. Something in Inspector Correction set up before seemed a little strange. Yes, now the old Correction ran off after without explaining himself. Alright, that... The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew away yesterday. But that's not fair. We're representing the defendant. In that case, could you at least tell us what you have learned from your investigations? Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate either. Why? What did the boss call him again? The forensics investigation team, I think. Hey! Maybe apart from them, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the same bit funny in it. So in Scotland Yard's own detectives can investigate? Yes, I never heard something like that before. I thought I could have a gander and the quiet though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him giving me an earful about it before from down here, didn't ya? It's not playing fair. I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so sober. Say something to him. Oh, no, go on, see if you can get through to him. He's up on the platform above us, isn't he? Where the machine that exploded. He can track and we run out. Gertzy will listen to us. Should we just examine first things first? Oh, look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth. It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable. It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. Okay. What else? Pezzo, I think okay, I think this I saw the hair. Ah, it looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here. Drop or hit. What's this? Some part of the machine that exploded, maybe it could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps. What's going on here? Oh, nothing. Yeah, hang on to this just in case. For some reason the ground is damaged in this spot, look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something. Yes, if you look closer, there's some scattered ash and burned embers too. Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably haven't been annihilated. A small fire like this would have been... Okay. What air is to... Huh? There's nothing to Right? That's not... Oh! There's something there. Ah, there's some sort of lever here. Whoa! It's a cross fucking bow! Crossbow! Crossbow, monkas! Whoa! Okay. Spread the cough and up after is instant kinesis or whatever they call it death, of course, and yet they're calling that experiment a success. Still wouldn't scaffold therefore. The couples are allowed to set that up after the incident happened. Get the body down, I think, don't know really. Did you help to erect the scaffold then? Nah, lookout duty for my thing. Wandering around the exhibition is ain't keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. My Gretchen doesn't hear you saying that or he'll give you loot. Yeah, but that's not. Right, can I just... Okay, we should go up there to investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up? Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion and I've seen my fair share. You've seen things like this before, you mean? Of course, Hurley's always been doing experiments that ended in bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry. That might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. One time he made something that exploded with such a force it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Bruno. It's hard to get too excited about that given that I now live in the roof. But anyway, that's enough about that. Let's stop to investigate. Look, Inspector Gregson is over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, with all eyeing up the machine carefully. Really? He just looks confused to me. Grip himself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently. Mercilessly. So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be desampled and then beamed through the air? Yeah, beam. Not blasted, that's the point. Yes, that part's crucial, really. Something like that even possible, though, Iris? Oh, Bruno, I'm just a job. How should I know? Don't touch that! That's practically instantaneous kinesis that way you flew over just now, Grexy. Please, your relationship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here. So sorry, you can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it. I don't like Iris as an assistant. She's no Susato, but she's good. She is very good. She's smart. You know, she's not that dumb at all. She may be a 10-year-old, but she's a very smart girl. We are representing Professor Hairbrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. Iris is probably the smartest character in this game. Yeah, I would 100% agree, for sure. She's genius. So we should be allowed to examine the scene. Yeah, listen, Sunshine, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's that blasted special dispensation for scientific equipment act to blame its shrinking me body. Ferris wheel? Manga. There's a Ferris wheel there. It could just, you know, rumble. More red tape, all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes. But we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Eh. Sure, that's alright, isn't it, Crexy? Of course, relationship. Anything you say, relationship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you? Don't worry. You wouldn't be dream of touching anything, would we, Bruno? She really knows how to get what she wants. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body, then beam him across to a crystal tower, it's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. Sure, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition in mind. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean. The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. they're more worried about being ahead of the game than they are spot public safety infringements. They can be the first to develop some new technology. It makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true in a way. So the powers that we are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment. What's all right? They're making it so that any theorist's brains have remained a legal property, as it were, right through developing it into a practical idea that even going into production, which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene, because the new high-falutin Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it. Ah, I see now. The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the yard, the Forensic Science Investigation Team. It's called. We have been relegated to keeping guard. Remind me again, what's this new legal... Yeah, I know this. Confidentiality, yeah. Well, I'm sure some of the inventions here are. It's also fun. Hang signs, that's what I say. Point exactly. Sorry, thanks to another of our government's bright ideas, if any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. Scientists get funding, exactly, and that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from afar invite to lock up Hyde Park. Hyde Park? And who has to keep them most safe? Who has to smile politely and welcome to them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now. And can't you hang signs? Hang it. Oh, maybe I can see your point. Apparently, Professor Harrebrain lives in works in Germany now, conducting his research. That's right, came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grant him. Actually, I learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education, it turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zieks. What's that? That's news to me. But if once Zieks means the prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is sealed because the Reaper will get him one way or another. Will it? Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes into that head of his. Number 16 this morning, paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that. Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about. Yes, we're right. Glad to hear it. Still the Reaper, huh? How long is that speech gonna keep up, I wonder? The victim of this case is the Mr. Asman. He was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Lord Baroque Van Zieks is a top-class prosecutor, but even he can always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can win. Yes, I heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified, and that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zieks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. Although the man himself denies that charge, well, we are done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reach is that Lord Van Zieks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it. I would. But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't just have coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery, that's after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of Reaper. Professor Harrebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zieks was a totally different person, easygoing line. Yeah, so what? You what? He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue. Really? Look, I got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh? Okay. Bam, bam. Okay, chill. I'm not gonna touch. Okay. The tool? It's a screwdriver, I think. Oh, is it a lovely one? The handle is in the shape of a capital letter A? Oh no, A, huh? Assman? What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything I said. Don't touch anything. I'll make sure I kill you before I get shrunk up myself, I said. Yes, I understand. Sorry. Crexy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really, very curious. Of course, your relationship, you're so clever. Your relationship advances plotting something like this. But I'm afraid I can let you have it. But we're gonna find it first. I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly. Or not, he's gone off with it. That was very mean, I'm afraid. Well, Inspector Correction is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in the next month's installment now. Poor Crexy. Poor Crexy. Right, are you done here, Mr. Naruto? Sorry, isn't it about time you were leaving? Or rather, it is about time you were leaving. That lot are here now. That lot? The forensic investigation team, they'll be giving me the heave-ho in a minute. Heave-ho? Heave-ho? Oh dear, poor Crexy. Bam 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 bam. Well, I've seen the scene with my own eyes. It looks like this is as far as we're going to get with our investigation here at last. We're thinking Hurley might know something about Mighty. Okay, Hurley. But Mr. Reaper, about what happened to Lord 16, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? Yeah, this is what you need. What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame, 2 spells? Is this supposed to mean something to me? You know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like. No, if you don't have time for visiting an attraction today, Iris, we have the big trial tomorrow. That's where Hurley is? What? At this popular London attraction? Yes, how is that you know where he is? Hurley told me. But he told me to keep it secret from you, Bruno. Madame, 2 spells. Let's see how it could be related to the case we are investigating here, but then stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. Well. What the? What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes, but why are all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Bruno? Shocked? Wax models. I read about the dead bodies and wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. It's called adipocere. Stop talking about creepy things like that, Bruno. You're scaring me. Anyway, adipose... what now? I just remember something else I read in another magazine about the strange phenomena. It's an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. None of the exhibits in here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas. They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. Oh. There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. And they're all such a gruesome scenes. Wait. What is it? Oh no, I must be seeing things. Come on now. It's the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Holmes has his own wax statue in here, really? Well, he is a world famous after all. It's uncanny, it resembles indeed. It makes my skin crawl to look at it. Wow. I know. But look, Bruno, you can kick this hurley and he doesn't move a muscle. You can't go around kicking the exhibits. Iris? Wait. It just moved, I'm sure, and not just a little bit either. Really, did it? And look closely. There are bits of sweat on the face of this Waxwork model. Show me one, Iris. Over there, look, there's a great mirror scene to enjoy much more appealing.
Hold it!
My dear fellow, I take exception to your recording in such a manner as if you've seen something thoroughly apparent. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Maruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? That Kate, could you not have exercised a little more as restraint? You blinded me. Bruno has something he needs to ask you. A question. I thought you'd probably be getting aboard too. So here we are. Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes and 2 more being stationary like that. My great brain upon which all my success has been built would have been turned to wax. Thank goodness we'd arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from unimaginable loss. Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you? You know something is true about the Lord 16 and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For you're in luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? More wall. I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you have come to me now. But how could it be? You shall speak again presently, my dear fellow, but for now I must return to my work. What, back to be a temporary waxwork exhibit? What is this place? Madame Two Spells came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from the actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Two Spells family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of the victims of the guillotine. Ugh, that sounds grim. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of this museum by quite some margin is the House of Horrors. House of Horrors? Of course, visitors' numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition, but people usually flock here to see the exhibit of some of London's most wild criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the screens portrayed here were sent to the gallows, so they're even stiffer now than the models of them. Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. So the hideous exhibit in here are... They are all portraits of real events that actually took place. Is it just me or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. do you mean by temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? So what you see? I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act, catching them. Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adapt a new pose to us ensnare him. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For shilling, I happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does it mean him and the waxwork murderers in the here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money. He really... Oh, I'm so sorry. Push come to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruto. What's he threatening to rob me into now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? A special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord 16. Our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust. So I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I learned about Lord 16, about Professor Harrebrain, about the strange coincidence that they had been at the university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord 16 such a different person. I'm sure that you know, Hurley. You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before, that something was afoot, that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? Well, it seems we have reached greetings. Oh, hello. Where did she appear from? What she's wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? I hope you are appreciating my museum. Sorry, have we? Sholmes, do you know this? Not again. My apologies, I am Esmeralda Two Spells. This is my museum of Maxworks. What? You are the Madame Two Spells? Bien sûr, though only 26 years young, I might add. That's significant somehow. I'm a madame in name only, it adds a certain Yenesao is cool. Right. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather one waxwork in particular. That'll be Mr. Sholmes then. He's led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your design exhibit, there will be a toll and trouble. She sounds deadly serious. That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord 16 now? Don't forget what Hurley said before about something being afoot. Right here in the museum, I mean. Yes, I know, but I'm so curious about. I want to know what's happening here. Have we got enough on our plate already? Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Two Spells? I did. I am the third generation of waxworks artisan, you know. Gosh. It was my grandmother who began tradition in my family. Her fortunes were secured living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution, as she did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir flair that leads to the astonishing lifelikeness. Well, these waxworks really do look as though they are alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represent the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created but in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following the executions, that is the secret of the extraordinary lifelikeliness. That sounds terrifying. All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one straight par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibit are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? Not fair. Sorry, this room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians, something for every taste, I hope. It's Iris who tracked me straight in here, come to think of it. Sorry, perhaps I know a shop and where ease you into things. Sadly, we were unable to agree terms. Let me guess, someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services. £500? Jesus. Or words to that effect, Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead. Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing though, does he? One thing not, but he was very insistent. I have a filled 50 shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning. Or what's to the effect? It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. It must have something to redeem. Is the consulting detective work not going so well? I wonder, could I ask you something? Bien sûr? Just curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Who has suggested such a thing to you? Oh, well, it was... your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little. Oh, it disappeared? A wax model is a work of art, not some throwaway object for trade. Oh. There you are. You need this exhibit again when you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down? My dear madam, just to save you reprimands, there are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you to not involve the police. Whatever not, just turn as what as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. So please be aware that I prefer no one insist upon payment in advance. Alright. Oh no, is this what I think it is? His show again? Behind the curtain, there is the 2-spell special exhibit. There's an extra charge to see it. The special exhibit in the Houses of Horrors. Must be depict a special killer then, I presume. Would you might be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Oh, absolutely not. There's nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madame. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens. Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only as Subcon. Number 139. 139. I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. 2-spell special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet somehow, surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. Will strike one, however. Is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Monkas! Well, then perhaps, Mr. Sholmes, the man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself? I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman, not even a waxwork. In fact... What? As skillfully made as these waxwork are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my 2 conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit. Why? Why would you say that? And second, is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime? Oh shit. Here we go. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is the afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully and from your back. My estimation is some 200 pounds. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Not much as the investigation. Involuntarily, the glance you cast, it would seem like a damn two spells. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes are now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed to by that public notice. Bags for sale. Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer the central piece of your special exhibit for the sum of 200 pounds. The cause of which is clearly known to you. Fortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man's shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds? What? No! God. That's not it. The question that arises then is what has become of the Vaxport that changed the hands. Let us consider the problem for a moment. You can possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Wait. No. It's just worn by a policeman as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating the museum. Well, in fact, it's Sergeant John Clay. We're talking about. The man's quite celebrity who received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But next we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with the particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he wasn't moved a muscle back, almost in fact as if it were a waxwork. But your reaction only confirms my suspicion, madame. Noticed at once, of course, observed. Tell the signs that instantly proves whether or not this man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. True pence, a tragically low price you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. Yet you sold it to a powerful gentleman for an exorbitant 200 pounds. The sort of blocky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard, isn't that so, madame? I do not. Yes, the waxwork you sold has been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit and not a moment too soon. Ridiculous. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great reduction of this horrifying puzzle. Alright, time for me to fix this. See, I stun you all into silence. You have Hurley, you have... And you have obviously upset this young lady in the process. Hair culture looks awfully hot. If I could just bring up 1 point, Mr. Sholmes. The motor standard of 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman Arthur Mole. Sorry, it was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether. It turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Arthur Mole. So you mean that's who's the sinister-looking old man that is supposed to be? Indeed, it is a particularly grim face, is it not? Forgettable, in fact, yes, I remember that Otis' countenance only too well. But is 200 pounds to a lot of money for a Vaxa model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, and that put things in perspective. So it's quite a lot then. Is there anything else you wish to add? If I met you down? The public Vax is looking more and more ominous. Ominous? The smell of all that molten Vax is starting to worry me. Shams did more or less just accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call on resistance here, Iris, if that's alright. To make some minor corrections to the Great Detective's great deductions. Of course it's alright, we'll soon set things right. Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Two Spells vents her anchor. Alright. Hold it, Mr. Shams! She definitely looked in this direction, it's true, but I'm not sure she'd sell any of her wax works even for 200 pounds. Oh, she must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the facts. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. For that much money, I would, but it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if their 200 pounds could have some other significance. It's for the okay. What else? Portly man. Oh, I can. Huh? So now doing beat at the wall there. Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madame Two Spells, we have taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Oh, somebody stole it. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd October. What? This is just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped. Yes, it's a ransom note. Exactly. Is this what? The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness abducting a waxwork. 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intended to pay it. The matter in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have. Summary then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is a ransom money. Now, let's explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Okay. So if the Waxboy was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? We could just ask him where he comes from. Then the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Yes, you're right, Harry. It's tried so hard we must let him down. What the? Oh! This is just Madame Two Spells' right hand, isn't it? Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her hand left hand after all. Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well, look. Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please. And it seems very stiff too. In fact, it's really hard. You mean it's made of wax?
Take that!
What dealt the man's shocking blow was of course the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you... The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape? It ought to be a right hand, but a closer inspection reveals that in fact it's a left hand. Somehow masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madame. It is the hand of a waxwork model. Damn. Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibit and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. No small keepsake, like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossom. I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. The result, as he was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being we have our conclusion. As the killer is this special exhibit has been kidnapped. What has become of the waxwork that changed hands. Let's consider that problem for a moment. Mr. Shams, the yellow decoration is a sign to other policemen that some crime is underway. We have communicated with his colleagues without revealing his identity. Yes, it is a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard that Mr. Shams didn't hesitate to give away. Well, uncovering secrets is in any true detective's nature, of course. Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Two Spell's reaction to Mr. Shams' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified this man quite correctly. What else? Shoulder stop?
Take that!
Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only to observe his shoulder stop. No such bonus human walks this earth of that I can assure you. In other words, this man sitting here is the young Surgeon John Clay. Is in fact defying all odds a waxwork model. So to remember, it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Shams. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. Simply had to make a more of the man. Actually, what other explanation could there be? There was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Not that one. Killer policeman killed Othermore. Was he well known? It's all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's very low price though. True pence isn't much money. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Gary Depp's delightful lodging in fact. So this is a special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody has stolen from the museum and tried to ransom for £200. Is this crusty old killer policeman Othermore? Really? Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up. What the hell? Bruh.
Take that!
Bruh. Then tell the side team still improves whether or not this old man is waxwork or is the obvious twitch. I mean, the most realistic waxwork does not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives then. There you have it. Well, Madame Two Spells. Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He's clearly fatigued, he's sound asleep. But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which is the old puppy purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruto? Yes, the secret sign that used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here, as you deduced from the very beginning, detective. So, it would seem that we have finally arrived at the truth. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the exhibition exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Still a mystery. Also, people visit my museum here, men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all, but if anyone tries to damage my exhibit, I do not take it lightly. Anyway. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. It was I who did the job, though. As for you, a rough customer, I have no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display. If it was indeed genuinely abducted... Yes, tragically it was. Then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. In as much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Let's more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place. The carpet must have broken in during the night and taken it then. So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose. Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on the society than any other, I would say. The Professor. What a name I heard of? The Professor? So, Mr. Naruto, it seems the circle is complete. Sorry? The Professor case happened at around the time I was born, didn't it? You need a date, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago. Yes, an excellent time. That Barack Van Zieks graduated from university, in fact. What? Surely he's not saying. So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life. As you have summarized, that's the Professor case. Who was this professor then? It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. And now he's immortalized here in the backs of all of Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though, of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. I don't understand. How does all of this relate to Lord Van Zieks? You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of it Whitehall's finest. What do you mean, Hurley? Those murdered by the professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy, members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves throughout the country's administration. Members of the... Oh, wait, of course, what Professor Harrebrain said. Lord Van Zieks is from a family with a noble blood. Oh gosh. It was the 5th victim that led to the professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of... Clint Van Zieks. No, I don't believe it. 1-6? I'm sure you can piece together the rest of yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Braddock pursued a career as a prosecutor and eventually became the Reaper we know today. I had no idea Lord 1-6 had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have the work to do. As a waxwork exhibit. Damn. I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. It's been too long, it really has. I'm ready to see you, Barrack. It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places. I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. Tomorrow, the court will decide. Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. I must warn you. Oh, I know. I heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you? Yes. Since I returned to England, I heard lots of stories. Barrett, are you really... What? Never mind. Know that you have my best interest at heart. My friend is on a trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Barrett. Until tomorrow then. I'll see you in court. It's about to get real. To be continued. Alright, trial time. Can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. Now here I am back at the Old Bailey. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor Harabrain. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel like every time I'm here, that gravity... Well, this is Britain's highest court. Are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? It's probably all in the mind. Ah, yes, well. You won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. You say, the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about really. Justice will prevail. My conversations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome case here. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. It was very mean, Runo, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake him. Is it? Are you? Sherlock Sholmes? Indeed, sir, I am he. Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, I heard all about your exploits even while I was living in Germany. Ah, yes, Rand's magazine is on a sale in Germany too. This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in the Adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful. Ah, yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. No, that was the speckled band. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. Sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh, I have the urgent business at Madame Dispel's. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork is abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. Should return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Intractable? Intract what? Oh yes, quite definitely, absolutely, I totally understand. I summon a little star stock. Wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Oh wow, well, thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruto, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably real grounding inside, I feel that I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Oh no. Yes, it would appear that he firmly believed it was. I read Professor Bonnie Brain's paper about it too, Bruno, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree. How could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, no, I have no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. Wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley. Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Bruno. But chin up, you can do it. What about you, Iris? No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. That sounds ominous. Okay, time to go. An experiment that the laws of science may say can possibly succeed, and a scientist who's convinced that it did, that's the riddle you have to unlock here, Rinosuke. That's the key to this case. Alright, bathroom break. Okay, I'm 6 months out of practice, and that's more. Susato. I'm reading that Susato-san today. It's just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So I must say I recollect the victim of this case as all too well about Mr. Odi Asman. Mr. Asman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front of for his diverse criminal activities. You ready for this trial? I hope. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in the court prosecuted by you, Lord Von Six. But the jury unanimously found him not guilty, because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on 21st October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? That is how your lordship would describe it, describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Asman's dead. was a direct result of the actions of the accused Professor Hairbrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Okay, who are the 6? Okay, this is a new one. I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. To a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. That's a new one. Science experiment, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performance. And it's per scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves 2 hands. What the? We have to listen to what said on both sides, the fence and the saddle one. That's it, isn't it? Hey, the same. Was it like this in my day? Was it like this at all? That's the police killer other more look alike again. It's as exhausted as ever it seems. Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, the incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. A tragic turn of events and such, the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world, will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So your opening statement, please, Lord 16. At the heart of this incident, it is technology never been before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of the science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition and to improve Britain's technological advantage. Technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord. It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Like fast travel! Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking. I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. Poppycock? So this expert and Mr. Shums are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the accused instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What? What rot? Oh no. The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asman's life in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. What? This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was so carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Thank you, Lord 16. The prosecution stance is clear, but you will not bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Already, huh? The clock is off. Bailiff, show the first witness to the stand. Witness, state your names and occupation for the court. Yes, sir. Tobias Correction, Detective Inspector of the Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. Albert Hairbrain, scientist. The Dual Destinies prosecutor also has a special animation for when he gets serious. Looking forward to when you eventually play that one. The Dual Destinies, huh? Special animation. Hopefully they'll, port it. Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. It's what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the great exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, alright, an incredible explosion. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was the terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. Okay, so we got some. Those probably glass shards, I would say. Oh, there's a wound there. Is that? I think the crossbow. Probably somebody. I think there's something behind this. This crossbow. Somebody shot right, probably. I would say. Just taken inside the crystal tower. Take it the central piece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems to be the victim. Rammed straight into it. I know for a fact. I'm pretty sure this guy's not the killer. No doubt about it. I don't believe for 1 sec he's the killer at all. But right now we don't have anybody else right now. This guy's dead, and he's not the killer. And I had it that she's the killer. I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence. As the courts heard, the victim of this incident was Mr. Odie Asman. There have been many numbers of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, it was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right, that must be it. My splendid machine. My poor splendid machine. You saw it yesterday, didn't you? You cannot even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage! But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right, witness? What? Sorry, me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir, it was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty. What? How could he possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to form a testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment was to happen in front of for murder. Okay, let's hear it. The corpse that went crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck. I have a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection. That's all. That was my mistake. But the post-mortem examination revealed a narrow injury, a fatal wound. There's a lesion in his chest where he'd literally been stabbed by something shoved right in the heart. Oh yeah, the crossbow for sure. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it. Oh yeah, got it. Yep. The crossbow has to be in here. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says the death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No, that couldn't be further from the truth. Okay. Oh, we already have that. The victim was stood himself inside something called the bird cage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the crystal tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go accordingly to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam's transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair. From where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the crystal tower's large round window. No shot! My word, one assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. Honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not because of the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murderer, what are you saying? It's the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into a court record. Okay. Let me read it though. Let me read it. Was the person you know? I saw the whole ridiculous performance. The only other person on the stage with Mr. Asman was that disgraceful excuse for the scientist. And really, by all accounts, it must have been him. How to think otherwise, really? Very well, counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Need to focus here. It's been a while. Alright, first things first, let me read this. Okay. Okay, a wound to the chest that pierced her the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. Broken vertebra, most likely resulting from an impact after a sudden fall from a considerable height. Alright. So, let me see. There was something bothered me for a bit. Where was it? This one or the... Okay, but they don't know about the crossbow, do they? The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received this report from the forensics investigation team only this morning. That's the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere thanks. So what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the excused tools that were in the use at the demonstration of one is particular interest. This, oh, the screwdriver? Oh, is that what the it's oh my god, that's the... Is that what they used for a bow? I mean, for the arrow? Or just to accompany Andrew? Andrew, of course. Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I named them all, you know, we're one big happy family. Andrew's my flathead, Screwdriver, of course, his brother Michael is a crosshead. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his tongue. Oh, shit. That's a blood, right? It's blood beyond all reason of doubt? No, and that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? What? Well, Aurora, the court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. Andrew, huh? Yeah, blood. And then where's the A? Oh, this whole shape is A. Yeah. Okay, screwdriver. We gotta... Okay. Great. Could have done it. Sure about that.
Hold it!
What grounds do you have for saying that? Do you really need to ask? There were only 2 people on the public experimentation stage in front of the ball wore out. The victim is Dory Asman, and the accused Professor Harebrine. We know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw him with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion and the kinesis, nobody even anywhere near the body. No words.
Excuse me.
Professor Harebrine, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor! Sorry. I'll just calculate this optimus coefficient of electricity to separate molecules in the human body. I think the stand is the best place for that. It seems as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark. Yes, that's right, of course. Something in my eye. He just said nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stopped the victim, eh? I don't know, but... There's no way that I could possibly have stopped Mr. Asman, you say. Eh? Explain please, Professor. Of course, these cold-hearted policemen may not be aware, I suppose. Demons are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins. I heard. But sure you see, if I plunge something the size of an anchu into a weak man's chest, the whole stage would have been bloodbath, no a blood swimming pool. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. Yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see? Not one. Sure I didn't see anything like that. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. No blood. No blood. Order! Pray forgive the discourtesy if I say I dropped from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friends Adushin. Adushin. Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Barrack, but I'm really not a patch on you. No, you're not. No? You're neglected to mention one crucial possibility. Hydrate! Inspector, enlighten to the court, please. Yes, sir. Where are they going with this? Okay. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body while it was beamed through the air. But no, but this was found.
Objection!
Yeah, this was found in the. You said that while the weapon remains in the body, there's a very little bleeding. It's not unequivalent. Recall? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. But there's no in here either. You don't even see the screwdriver here too. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yes, but about the screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene of ourselves on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Now you come to mention, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. I was very clear he wasn't to touch thing. Yes, that's true. This screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you talking at? This tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine. It shouldn't have still been on the stage. That's right, it should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asman. And been found still lodged in the victim's chest! Ugh. How do you explain this, Inspector? I don't... It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. The screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred. Obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well. Phew. This is a strange situation, even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility. We're still basing arguments on the assumption that it actually takes place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, you conclude that somebody giving the support cannot be relied upon. Roman 6 is stopped. Hold it? Oh no, what are you doing, Professor? That's his voice, right? Do you have something to say with this? Yes, I knew it. It clears out, the equation holds. Mr. Arano, don't worry. About what? Without delivering the details, there's no inconsistency. What? Even if Anjum had been lodged into Mr. Asman's chest. My trusted tool won't have moved, and true remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. What the fuck are you saying? Dude! Simulations have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist explanation? So when I found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument, scientists... In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. Okay. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that the kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon could have stayed put. In other words, the point is just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have the duty to protect this incredible machine that we built together. So the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency, and therefore, Professor Albert Harper could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see, you idiot! We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Harebrain. Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. Kick! My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you examine this testimony, my hidden opponent's friend. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright. There's this one line with red. The metal thingy, so I should probably press that one first. This one had a metal.
Hold it!
It's red though, when it's red. But this is stage it, so this isn't proven then. No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one based upon thousands of calculations. But it is widely known that metals can be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course, so I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is this about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see. Sorry, the birdcage. Yes, that's what I call the C. obtusa cage in which Mr. Asman was placed for the kinesis. The jail in cell in which the victim was detained, it does indeed seem to be made of timber of some sort. I'll thank you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal, correct? Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model. But the ultimate conclusion then is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Indeed, sir. Someone had beamed me out of this nightmare. Let me see this picture again. You say metal, right? But isn't this made of... Let me try this again. Let me with this time.
Objection!
Oh, yes. Yeah, you can't. Professor Harebrain, you said that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is the art right? Is it gold is metal too, right? So, yes, that's right. Spot on, exactly correct. In that case, I'll ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. Exactly, man. You can clearly see that Mr. Aspen is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No, metal can't... That... Metal? No! We have already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal rim spectacles would be found in the same place. My hypothesis! But your hypothesis is clearly flawed! Oh no, no, no! Council, what is the implication of this? If on the day in question the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was a proof of all my hard work. If I could say something here, in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, true number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait, great Scott, are you suggesting my science is suspect? Just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense, from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel and bounder and a fraud. I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never! The machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act. What the devil is that plastic all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule? I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? There's an objection.
Objection!
Professor Harper has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes, but even so, what? Going to such a trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public, he would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
Or not. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. Oh! If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? Conspirators? What would the value of such a grant? 10 pounds? Your order of magnitude out, madam. 500 pounds! Oh, you could live a handsome about that much over years. The society noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists arguing with each other in order to get the large slice of the funny cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. Shit. No, I haven't received anyone. Least of all, government. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection!
Objection? Objection? No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower, which means that the experiment was a success. Barrack. And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused. Barrack. Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Six. The prosecution would like to summon a new witness to the stand. New witness? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses. Very well, the court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution stance is clear. The experiment was no postage. The accused killed the financial victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's a clear flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We should take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witness to take the stand. Oh shit. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Well then. Well then. Oh, to be continued. Continued. Pop, 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 pop. Well then. Mr. Arhodo, what on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? Me, what are you doing? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis, you picking holes in it from the start. Ah, sorry about that, but you promised me. You said you proved that threatened explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you have done is so far is trying to undermine me. Yes, I did make you a promise to you, right? I said that I believe you in your fight for your freedom and to the very end. I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some excruciation, yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is, nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh. Oh no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault, and I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while else we are on the subject, what about Barrett? He's been awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? It's a disaster? Not just a prosecutor, but as a human being. Oh, but no, wait. He's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as a Homo sapiens anymore? Got that cleared up? Can I double check something with you? Yes, what? The machine and demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume? There was no trickery involved. I drew the plans for the machine with my very own eyes, hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruto, you must believe in it. Alright, Professor, I understand. Okay. Time to go. In the name of the Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Okay. Okay, ready. Ready. Okay, this individual says police detective, so the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect, a detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged, though it ended in tragedy. The demonstration on the day in question wasn't scientifically sound. Consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution position is clear, so bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witness in. The witness whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Who the fuck? Okay, we got Gina, but who the... Witness says, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balzahar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in Dignity. The experimental stage. Main name. This guy's German, isn't he? Main name is Wilhelm Gottfried Sigmund Ormstein. I've come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. Bohemia, huh? He's rich. I'm very rich. Balloon. Balloon. Balloon! Balloon! Oh my god. Balloon! Wow. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage where the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloons at this time and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in these clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. Yeah, you can see nothing when you fly too high, can ya? 60 feet, about 80 meters then. Alright, now that you're here, and no G is Inspector, I can tell you there's an Inspector G Lestrade in the books. In the books? Oh, is she the one? Lestrade. In the books. Sherlock Holmes. Was the incident terrible? I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's still a huge bang from this stage. Then the next second, another bang in the sky besides. 2 bangs, huh? And from amidst smoke, a cage appeared out of the nowhere. The cage fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. Okay, could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness testimony that I have not yet heard any mention of until now. Specifically that there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plumb down into a crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly, Cage appeared before my eyes without a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I still have a lot of money. Precisely, who is this curious infant? I'm told he's a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into a great exhibition. Yeah, I'm here in London on sightseeing trips with my elementary school. We will have the benefit of child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? When I remove my glasses, this is what I look like. Ah, yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Yeah, everybody says so. Great disguise then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiate the facts for the court, namely that despite ending an explosion, the instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder. Okay. My turn. Alright. Alright, this one, right? Yeah.
Hold it!
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air. Yup, in it, amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling ya, all being a lawyer as Max game, you should show the force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything. We saw everything because we were up above it all. That dark chi calf climbing into that cage, and that dark chi professor pulling all them levers. And when it happened, that's when there was that massive bang at the cage disappeared just like that. You're describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right in my ear. I look around and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky and okay. Could be a firework.
Excuse me.
Master Gods? Does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school said that was when you meet someone from the first time. You should always use their full name. Ah, yes, what is was again? Wilhelm Gottstrick? Okay, no. Just the 4 names then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Okay, right, oh no. It's Inspector Lestrade. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah, there was a second explosion. I was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure, which is what I said in it. 1 minute there was nothing, then the next a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Just before the second explosion happened, next to our balloon, I clear witness. A green balloon flying in the sky. Is that this? Oh! Could be this. It's green. A green balloon. You what? I never saw nothing out like that. Yeah, well I did. I saw it and you can't say I did it. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. But this is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Just playing the bleeding royalty card, are you? Typical. Say, it's the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your form of testimony in the interest of occurring an attachment relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. Balloons without damage, huh? Wait. Hey, whose balloon was this?
Objection!
Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had covered at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. I think it might be... See, part of a balloon and a burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope. Pardon, that is a large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It's made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You don't want it to rip when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Guts testified, the green balloon did indeed explode that day. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belonged to you, Mr. Loom, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. Boom, 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 boom. This instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, immediately plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I can accept. Why not, Mr. Loon? You are suggesting that I am a liar? That person died in a balloon incident? There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. But the house is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is not possible. You say it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the numbers of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection!
We can ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now, my lord. The defense goes for further testimony from Mr. Loon. Okay. Grazie, my lord. Okay. Did you realize he has a hot balloon air hat? As I said, Baltar's loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers if they fell to the ground in an explosion. What a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that a burned-up piece of cloth was found at the scene, and yeah, the coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. This stupido crackhouse was mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag straps anyway. It was green! So assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you. Si exactamente. I even saw a balloon in the first place. I don't like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. So a good mind to suit the land of Bohemia. Okay. What happened to all that war? Mr. Loon decision doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and the evidence are contradictory here. The defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements. The court must consider them the truth. You think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Okay. Alright, so... You say you don't own green, huh? Where's the game? Yeah.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? See, it's ignored. I don't have any green balloons in my warehouse. Yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of the argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon or accident that predates the exhibition? See, exactamente as the signature said, it's not from one of my balloons.
What?
Ah.
Excuse me!
Excuse me? Is something wrong, Master God? Is Master really It was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, something is very strong. I know what I saw. Here. There was a green balloon there. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much as a bad language as you like, but that changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, Drakaso, then I must tell you parents to punish you, hey? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishment. Evidence? What is evidence? To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance, some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Good gracious. What? I had been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots of photographs of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemia exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot air cellar, the balloon, and the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take the picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all about it was a ride in balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course. And then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. So I really did see a great green balloon. There's no color, I can't say. It's a colorless. Well, I see you're all too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shock is indeed the word, young man. There's no color! Yeah, perhaps you can see it was a green balloon from Mrs. Battlecrow, but that is not my fault, guys. Is the follower of the stupid person who made the camera. That is one very bohemian sounding cry. Wait, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. Okay. I cannot. Yeah. Oh well. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when next time did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the separator shutter release, there was a very loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before this explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changed nothing. Wah! I could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you have picked up. So that, Mr. Lunch's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young bohemian boy claims to have seen another port balloon, but Mr. Loom vehemently denies the possibility. I tried to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Alright, for sure I need to use that picture on something. Carrying passengers? Wait a second, there's no passengers there!
Objection!
Unfortunately, the photograph Master Coach took can tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the picture balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Oh, my goodness, you're right. Surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the picture balloon is in one of them, so when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon! I know nothing, niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine.
Objection!
There are legal attachments everywhere. You are to look. Get a look. Clearly, one of such an entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition. They didn't come from stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down, but because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. Mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, suddenly floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly, it has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance to us elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. No way, right? Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The truest minds are made up and not in our favor. What else? This photograph tells us there's nothing. There is more. I saw. What is that lighting?
Objection.
That shiny lighting there? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decision yet. The photograph from Master Gods may well be hiding one more water glue. What's that? A water glue?
Objection!
And I have an idea. Very well past the point of mere possibilities. Start for definitives now. So tell the court. The cause of explosion. We can reasonably assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yes, that's right, yeah. It's also not my fault. Evidently, because the broadcast from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon being filled with flammable hydrogen instantly and explosively ignited. No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires close examination. That's right. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. I gotcha. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. Yep. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. Is this fucking line? The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caused incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Oh, got it. Do you think it might be lightning? But it could have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. A ball of fire heading straight for the balloon like an arrow. The crossbow. Indeed, even to my green eye, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
It's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion. That particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what it happened. What evidence? Okay. Present it, man.
Take that!
Take that. This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord. Is that a crossbow? An arrow this deep in the hole and set a light could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into a hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that the crossbow was used to deliberately? Blimey, you're right. That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow. Down it! Then, the explosion of the balloon, it was very likely the result of flaming arrow from this crossbow light igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No! No! Oh no! Cancel this extraordinary supposition. The aim was to cause the balloon to explode. The shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the biggest explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all of this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
You understand the implication of what you are saying, Manipunin's friend. If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, obviously it would have exploded. If the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... Wait a minute, what are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beam up into the sky after all, or what? My goodness me! Ah, now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along? What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council? There's no going back now! The horse has bolted! Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from this... The Vax model has to be, right? The Vax model. For sure, it's involved in some way, the Vax model. No doubt about it. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into a crystal tower. I think you'll agree it's entirely plausible. That's what I just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Good grief!
Objection!
Objection? This is a ludicrous. Ludicrous? What you have described is no science experiment. It's a child's play. A contemplable display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility, in which case this is the only way to explain what happened that day. In any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the Crystal Tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancy can easily be explained by a simple deception. Sure, number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Aswell. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! The professor, isn't it? And having this other man appear on the stage to the front to show as a body double. Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the fourth winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessary, the explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio. Number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. This is the most helpful theory ever? Science. The mixture ratio, yeah. Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. So everything that happened can be explained logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at that start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present at the public experimentation at this stage to begin with. In short, he could have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord 16 can credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain is a suspect now. Oh no, it's him, isn't it? Professor Albert! Mr. Arwado, I appreciate your efforts, thank you. Professor, but you can't stop now, just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain? Albert Harebrain hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie Asman. What the fuck are you saying? Yes, it was me with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. Andrew the Screwdriver. What are you doing? You freaking... What? Defendant explained this sudden confession.
Objection.
Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about? It's what I said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick and all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the ignominy of it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped. You, Professor, if you'll just let me, I can prove Barak. Yes. I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please. Ensure the special dispensation for scientific equipment ARAC is adhered to and protect my creation. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learning police friend. What? and his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, especially in this Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply, the prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. Yes. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Oh no. What Professor Harper, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion of the stage was an accident and to protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence? Hey, it's been a while since I got those. For my followers? Or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You have been silent long enough. Is it talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese math? Mr. Hodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. It's an impossible one. I have to give up on something. But what? I'm a freaking lawyer, man. And my job is to is to prove his innocence, no matter what. Mankas. No, I can't say it. My client places his faith in me. What? I just let him. You have to let him die. What must I give up on? Is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? What? Is this for real? Or is this... What? How? Huh? Hello, okay, Mr. Ahodo? It's been far too long? Pog? What? Susato-san? It's for real? Oh, it's real. She's real! My friends are to take down in 6 months! There'll be a time to talk later, Mr. Ahodo. For now, you must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. She's back! Professor Harebrain. Oh, yes. Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stop, Mr. Asman. I think you have come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. So, you have finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you... Yeet! I'll bet you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion. Don't you have something to say? Barak! Lord Van Zieks. Gosh, I never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there's one thing, something I have remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began this experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man? Holding that crossbow? I beg your pardon? Nani? Professor? Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Taller than me and thinner than me, with a straight hair, straighter and wider than mine. Let me see. One less lens than me too. A monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. But one thing is particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, it's the engineer who built my invention. The vax. It has... Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. This could be a vax, or it could be real too. I don't fucking know anymore. I'm confused as well. I don't fucking know anymore, man. What? He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Ashman introduced him to me a year ago. Oh, wait. It's a different guy. He's a man by the name of... Enoch Tripper? Enoch Tripper. Tripper? Who? Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seems frustrated. Not a name of any scientist who wishes to hear. Demands an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid that this isn't the first tale of this nature that I heard in scientific circle in connection with that name. Stuck of the other flamboyant experiment that turned out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch the Trapper's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we are dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Trapper for you. Trickster, huh? Trickster? In my guess, he's the real killer. The real culprit. But I can't be sure. So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion. Considering what we just heard about Mr. Trapper's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. Poor guy. He's gonna go... Just wait for 2077. 2077 Cyberpunk. World will come. I knew that if the machine was examined in details... Sad. Poor guy. Obviously, I don't want that to happen. But at the same time, I knew that it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception. Then everything I worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I'm a nobody. And nobodies aren't supposed to exist. I was terrified at the prospect. But you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Trapper. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Trapper were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring their research grant money. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. Pulled all the levers, turned all the dials in exactly the way the Trapper had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Let me confirm one point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for the Scientific Equipment Act? Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. Would appear that we should have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. 416, my lord. The court has newly made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Trapper. Gather information about the man. If possible, you should let him serve with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. This feels like a thrill check, and you know, there was a trial, and then, it wasn't a full trial, then back to investigation, right? Well, a whole day without submission examination, unless I missed it. Yeah, there was no submission examination, I think. Yeah, there was none at all. Yes, my lord. I'm really convinced I should be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he personally stands accused. Understand? Good. In that case, this court is adjourned. Right? It's back to investigation, right? Or is this trial part 3? Or not? Those... Yeah, those cherry, very good cherries. Yes. I'm so sorry. What's wrong? You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did you ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Did you really have no idea, Professor, about what Mr. Trepper was really up to? I mean, about what he was really constructing? Actually, that machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis of all my hopes and dreams. And I complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say anymore. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. So we must do as much investigation as we can before. Yep. Tomorrow? Yeah, thank you for doing so much for me. Alright, do we get to talk to Susato though? Susato! I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruto. Oh, arriving late? Didn't you already see my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I arrived. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you, Bruno, so it would be a surprise? What the? Well, did it work? I was surprised, alright, especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future. Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, so you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horse's heart, so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh, having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruto. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at the home, shall we? You know, I made up one of my most special plans ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait. Susato was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn? Oh no. To be continued. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Woo! Perfect timing! Part 2. Alright, my guys, my friends. That's all. Oh my god, almost 9-hour stream again. Oh, Jesus. So. Next stream is on Tuesday. Unfortunately, next stream will be on Tuesday. So, no stream for 3 days. Oh, it's gonna be a while. I'm probably gonna forget all about this story by then, but... Tuesday it is, early stream. So, hopefully we will... I think I can finish this case on Tuesday and then start episode 4 for sure. So, yeah. Spirit, bye-bye. Have a lovely weekend. You guys have a lovely weekend. Enjoy it. I'll be working my butts off. And I'll see you guys next week. Next week, Tuesday. And see you all around. Bye-bye.